Sell to your customers.
Why is adverts fucking everywhere? Hello everyone. There's quite a lot of you here early on. I'm just going to get some music on whilst we wait, but I hope you guys are having a good weekend. I've had a couple of follows in the background as well, so I need to get onto a bit of that. And let me just get some really chill music. I have to watch 4 adverts to play a single playlist on YouTube. How sad is that? Oh, terrible. So we're going to wait for the map to reroll, and then we're going to have our weekly Biter Battles Captain's game. For anybody that's new, you can join by finding us in the Factorio server list, and I will show you how to do that right now because we have a few seconds whilst the map re-rolls. Log into Factorio, click on Multiplayer, click on Browse Public Games, just here, and I've got it set. I don't. Okay, well here we go. We're learning Biter Battles, and if you click this little cog here, you'll favourite the map. I don't know why we have that. I've never seen that before at all. But at the moment we have 54 people in the game, so this is going to be quite a good one. And feel free to join. This is an open game for everyone to play. There are no criteria other than that you should probably listen to your captain in Discord, and whatever the plan is, try and work towards that plan. Other than that, feel free to enjoy, man. I hope if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm going to be refereeing this game, so I'll be doing the whole oversight. Right. So what we're doing at the moment is all of the players are voting whether they want to keep this map or not. The map is quite important, or the role of the map is quite important. So we tend to spend a little bit of time setting this game up, and because you need it, it's going to go on for a couple hours, right? So we need it to be the right, level of ores. We need the right geometry. Some nice oil close by on main. But we'll get to all of that stuff. I'm good, mate. I thought I had COVID, and I didn't, or I don't. I haven't tested positive, but yeah, I kind of felt a bit grim the last couple of days. The good news is, this month I'm work from home, so I can play a lot more games. I'm going to stream a little bit more too as well. And to address a point that was made to me on Discord, I'm also going to go through this week a more comprehensive explanation what this game is, and how you play it, how you get involved, where you need to go, etc., etc. Are we keeping this map? All right, yeah, be sleepy. You've kind of jumped the gun there a little bit, my mate. So yeah, let's load this. We've selected a map, which is great. I need to just quickly do some admin stuff first. Then I will be able to explain what's going on here. So yeah, I'm going to be refereeing this game, administrating the game, and also casting it too. So yeah, we have a lot of players coming in. We need 2 strong players, people who play a lot in the community, and they will be picking teams. No reroll. Apparently not. People didn't vote. This is a new one. Find me on Twitch. Standard is quite high, but you can be new and play this game too. You don't have to be, an absolute beast. Right, so heads for Soldier, tails for Enkling, and we will get on with the picks. Tails and Enkling will pick first. So yeah, anybody that's new, that's just joining us, this is a live game. You can play in this, and you don't even have to be very good at the game. Let me just grab a quick link to our Discord. For any of you that don't have this yet, it might be in my channel description, but just in case you haven't, if you are going to play in this game, the best way to get involved fully is to join the Discord, and both the North and the South will have voice channels, and they will be populated with people who will be talking to you and coordinating and just giving you ideas of what they need doing and jobs, etc. So Christy's got an idea. He wants to go south, and he wants to make a train saw. A strong idea. A strong idea. So yeah, let me also grab... I never do this, and I should do it more often. I need to post that I'm actually streaming. I know, right? Rookie mistake. Rookie mistake number 1 of many, by the way. So let's do this. And get rid of all of these crappy windows I don't need. And I can start the event. Awesome. So for any new players... Oh yeah, I'm down, dude. I'm 100% down. I've got nothing planned for tomorrow either. So it's going to be a mix of lots of different games, but we need to progress the Void Crane a little bit. Who need some advice on how to play? Right, awesome. So we're currently doing the first round picks. Second round of picks for late joiners will happen after round 1. Awesome. So yeah. Oh, I've got some more follows as well. People have been following me offline. Thank you. I'll read out who has followed me real quick. Thackerboy with the follow yesterday. Wow, bloody hell. Entse, Seraph, Sephrith, and Ramen Noodles. Thank you for the follow. I really do appreciate it. Whilst we are a small stream, I'd like to think that we do... Yeah, it's cool. You know, it's growing, and I like the rate that it's growing. I wouldn't want it to like blow up and then all of a sudden, you know, no matter what happens, whether we have 100 people watching, 1,000 people watching, I still want to be able to answer questions. I still want to talk to you guys, if that's all right. If there were loads and loads of you and chat was going mental, I think it would be lost a little bit. You know, that personability that you can have when you have a small stream. So, oh yeah, Jesus, I didn't even put any kind of roadmap. I didn't think I'd hit this level this early. So I need to put like some goals and then just set some goals, you know, see if we can get to, you know, plus 100, plus 200. I don't know. I don't even know what a sensible goal is here. But either way, thank you for joining me again on another... It's getting warmer where I'm at. So I'm going to say a relatively warm Saturday afternoon for me. The south, we have Enkling. This is El Clasico, by the way. We have Enkling on the south and the Soldier up north. I think I need to captain a game at one of my benchmarks. So if I get, I don't know, I'll have to think about it. But at a certain level, I'm going to say, right, when I hit this level of follow, I'm going to captain a game. And what we can do is we can decide on the game plan in chat. So I'm not just going in like with my own try hard, I'm going to win this easy peasy, right? We're going to do it so that you guys pick what we do. And then it's all your fault if it all goes wrong. It's nothing to do with me. And if we win, it's everything to do with me because I made it happen. So yeah, we have this central island here. This is just like a waiting zone. As you can see, it's split up with a couple of different areas. So BB veteran players, not veteran, but new, brand new players and speedrunners. And this just helps our captains locate who has played the game a lot, who's kind of medium skill level or experience, and then who the brand new guys are. And that's kind of key because whilst everyone can play in the game, to have like the core spine of your team, you need to have certain people that fulfill certain functions. And again, we'll look at this map down the line. But for instance, I mean, just take a look at this South team, right? Simultus, he's a streamer as well. He's very quick. He's a speedrunner. Enkling is like a good main base player. Oh yeah, I need to change this. Oh yeah, there is a difficulty setting. Give me a second. I've been away for a while, so some of these things Where is it? Difficulty, revote. There we go. I need it to be pure. I'm not able to vote. 1 second. It needs to be POC. Yeah, I do like to take the dog out for a walk when these things are over and when it goes on forever. And I like the long games. I really do. Sometimes I'm Too Young to Die games are really good and they're very close. I like POC. Piece of Cake is kind of like nice mid ground where you get enough gameplay on that there's different narratives and things that happen. You're squashing my sticker. I actually didn't know you could do that. They should pick me to cancel out all the good players. Fair play. So yeah, a slow start, obviously. We're slowly getting through this player base, and there's people that are joining along as we go. Both teams will end up being about 20 on 20. And for a Saturday afternoon, having 40 people playing in the same game for hours, I think that's solid. Yeah, you got to wait, Christy. You have to wait. Remember that there are players in the pecking order, in the ranking. You're kind of like near the bottom because you're new. It doesn't mean that you're bad, but it means there are loads of other better picks above you, highly rated players that will be picked first, and then they'll get to you, mate. You're not going to be picked last, trust me. Some of the brand new names here will be picked last because they're an unknown quantity, and you don't know if they'll stay for the whole game. So what you'd like to pick is some of these guys that you know will make it to the end. They might still lose, but they'll be there till the end. All right, Clutch is only on for about an hour, so I'd stick Clutch in main. Yeah, Ness is strong. Speedrunner, French speedrunner. He's hard, man. It's hard. Some of these people, right? It's hard to explain if you haven't played the game mode a lot. I'm sure as a first timer, I'm the prio. We have some nightmare people at the moment. Most of them are here, apart from this crow guy. People like Low Dark, Whisper, Carl. Like if they really want to turn it on, nah, bro. Like piece of cake. Hello, Blitzy. Sorry, apologies if I just butchered your name. Welcome. Do you play Factorio? If you do, you can actually get into this game right now. If not, feel free to stick around. I'll be explaining everything that happens. You can. I believe all you have to do. Alright, remind me to ban Lower Dark. Yeah, I think you can. At the moment, let me Google actually. It should just be your Steam name, right? It might be that you just change your Steam name. Give that a go. Ah, right. Awesome. Thank you, Thor. You got to do it on the website. Makes sense. Oh, Sag. But yeah, if not, if you're brand new and you just want to know what's going on, plenty of people in chat are players. Some of them may even play in this game. All right, and I'll be able to kind of walk you through what's going on. Yeah, I've got to think about raiding somebody at the end of the stream. So I was gonna pick. I had a good idea actually. I want to try and like raid people in our community. Like I raid a few of my friends at times, and they do appreciate it having people drop in on them. But I want to see if I can raid other streamers within this little community, and then just help them out. You know, the boost in numbers does actually help. I don't really know a huge amount about the algorithm, and it's all very secretive and stuff. But apparently, you get that boost in numbers does really help the small streamers. And yeah, I'd like to do that. I'd rather do that than raid somebody with like thousands and thousands of viewers and nobody like listens to you, or you know, or your question gets lost in chat. I get raided a few times. I got raided by Raslington, Simultus during one of the tournaments. Yeah, I get raided a fair bit. So I also wanted to. I didn't realize this, and this is just on me because I don't really know a huge amount about it. But apparently, if you have Amazon Prime, I thought that when you subbed, you had to like pay your own money for the sub. But with Prime, you get one for free. Like it's just a click of a button. So what I was going to suggest is we find somebody. I've used my free Prime on Anti-Patients, who I quite like his streams. He's quite a funny guy, quite engaging. But we could like Prime bomb somebody and try and make their day. Obviously somebody, within our community, like Room Boggler, for instance, or like Carl, or, just everybody drop like 5 subs, or not each, but like 1 Prime sub each. And we just all just raid somebody. For 1 month, they get your free Prime. And I think it works out as a couple of dollars each. So you genuinely be helping somebody out if they needed it. So that's just my idea. I'm not asking you to do that for me. I've said it from the very beginning, and I'll continue to say it now. You can watch for free. Just being here, being part of the viewership, that's awesome. I really appreciate it. I'd never ask, people to donate their money. They don't need to. Darkness of a Flying Toaster. That took me a second to read. Thank you for the follow. And that's a great username. I hope you're having a good weekend there. So yeah, the game will start, by the way. We're not just doing this the whole stream. But we are still at the 23 versus 23. We're still picking teams, and there's still a lot of people to play. So yeah, that's just an idea. I was going to kind of farm that out to our Discord channel and just say, look, if you're a watcher and you have that Prime and you haven't used it, I'm not saying you need to do it, but if you feel like somebody is doing a good job in our community, or just generally, just they've got a little stream and you think it will help them, and we can all coordinate together and because it changes every month. You can just next month use it on somebody else. Do you know what I mean? And then within the kind of 12-month calendar year, you'll have 12 cool little. Yeah, you'd be putting about $100 in somebody's pocket. If everybody was to do it, and I think that's kind of cool, and it's free. So I'm going to try and organize that and make somebody's day. Try and be nice to people. Don't be a dick. I have one rule in this whole streaming thing, and I've kept it since the very beginning. Just don't be a dick. It's fine if you disagree. It's absolutely fine if you disagree with me. Feel free to vent in chat, or thumbs down the stream, or even report me if you feel that aggrieved at something that I've done. But yeah, try and treat each other with a little bit of respect. I think that's fair, right? Anyway, we've got some people still to come in. I'm still seeing people loading in, so I'll just keep throwing this out there. You're not being southed yet, but remember, Christy, what you need to tell them is that you've won games of this before. You're a 2-time Captain's Game winner. 1-time loser, which is fair enough, but a 2-time winner. So they need to know how good you are at the game. At the moment, there's so many bodies here that you've been lost in a sea of talent, but actually you could be the secret weapon. A hidden secret Romanian weapon called the train saw. But you'll get in. Okay, so enough explaining all of that. Basically, what this game mode boils down to is defending this item here. And as the... Have I managed to make this... Did this work? Oh, so happy. Any of you that's been here more than once will know that I like MS Paint. And I found a way to include MS Paint into our stream somehow. Don't ask me how, but I'm very happy I've managed to do this. The main thrust of this game is to not lose this huge silo that is sat in the middle of your base. Right? That's it. Simple. It has a health pool, and if it goes down to 0 HP, you lose the game. Your team has lost the game. Let me just quickly grab a few more people who want to play. Both teams have one, and are equidistant from each other. One sat on the south of the map, one sat on the north. And that is where we have these two sides. They're dissected by a lake. This river here, if I can get my words out. It's been a long day. Right, let's get these people in. And we're already floating around. Look at this, almost at 30v30. There's like 60 people that will be fighting it out on this server. That's kind of cool. And it's growing every week, which I love to see. So yeah, the map is bisected by this enormous river that goes on forever to infinity. And each side of the map is effectively a mirrored version of the other side. So as you see a copper patch here on north, flipped on the other side is exactly the same copper patch. That means that there is no inherent advantage being on either side. You bring the advantage by how you play, what you decide to do in this game, and what your captain needs from you. And this is what makes this game different to our normal standard games during the week, which is that we have people leading the way. So on the south, Enkling is the captain of the south team, and the soldier is on north. So they're currently in their voice channel, talking to each other, creating plans, separating certain players off. All right, I need these 3 guys to go off and do this job. I need these 3 guys to do power. I need these people to go and make an outpost. And we will get to all of that down the line. So if you want to make an outpost, there are a couple of good contenders. But what you have to remember is every space that you occupy is a space you're taking away from somebody who could be outposting for a different reason. So what I would suggest, Christy, when you do start, and I don't know if you've been picked yet, but you are on a team, aren't you? Yes, you're on south. Initially, I would aim to build up the initial blueprint in main. Somewhere, and as we can see now, there seems to be some pings out here. Your smelting lines will go down, and the beginning of your base will occur. I'd help build that up first. Be a team player. Secondary to that, walls are super duper important. I kid you not, walls are like the most important thing that people don't pay attention to. People get this sandbox and they're like, oh my god, I can make power blocks and I can do this huge smelting array, and they forget they need to defend it all. So what I would do if I'm a new player is I'd look out off into the distance, not too far, and I'd look, for instance, like here we go, coal patch, some stone. Maybe, just maybe, you can make a wall outpost that makes thousands of walls that will eventually completely engulf your base, protecting your base. Because it's always the last thing people make. And we've seen it, like every week we've seen this happen. They build this really cool base and it's got loads of cool tech in it. We get to blue chips and then there's no walls, there's no flamers, there's no lasers, and they lose it all. So I'm not going to give it away to you, Christy, but you're going to have to plan how you do this. So you need to power your base as well, and powering it is very important. But a wall outpost, very strong. But at the very beginning, wherever you guys build your smelting, I'd jump onto that job first. Because the wall outpost, you kind of want to let it set it up and then just leave it be and let it make walls. And what you can then do is experiment building other automation. Because there's a couple of smaller patches out here where you can grab a bit of copper. You've got iron out here as well. You've even got oil. And you'd be right next to uranium. So later on, if somebody needs to grab uranium ore, you can provide power to that. Right, the numbers are ticking down. The captains are ready to go. And we are about to start the first of 5 captains games this month. Can you believe that? 5 in a month. Unbelievable. Well, I can't believe it. I'm sure you can. And we have 29 players on the south, 26 on the north, and close to 60 players, give or take. Just in time. Thank you for the follow, firstly, Dackerboy. Hope you're having a good weekend. And yeah, literally right on time. 26 players versus 29. And I'm just going to read them out because these all deserve some mention. Pavev, the winner of the last 1v1 tournament, walked away with a couple €100 as well as some cryptocurrency. Jason Gross, who will disconnect and reconnect at exactly the same time, so watch out for that later, happens every week. The Soldier is North's captain. Cognitive, Ness, very fast speedrunner, Dradier, a winning captain. From a few weeks ago, Space Dog, Vortex, Fordecker, legend, Dr. Claw, legend, Clutch, legend, Pluto, legend, King of Goo Goo, legend, Gaming Guy, awesome guy. Sir, I think it's a speedrunner, right? I might be getting this wrong. I think Sir is a speedrunner. But very good player. Does anybody know how to pronounce this? Crackster. Rat House, Lucky Stone, Califer Bob, Destar U, DGSSS, Alfredo, IB Sleepy, Lyrinia, Tazy, and Clyde Frog. Great name. They're on the north, and more people will join them as people kind of find this game and filter in. On the south, the captain is Enkling, Bot Attend, Neuro, Legend. By the way, Neuro is the main senior admin of this server, so feel free to give him some love in Discord. He does a lot of work in the background, as well as most of the admins, so big up Neuro every week. Carl is a good player. Whisper is better than Carl, also a good player. Martin Max King, Just Bob, Friendly Fire, Wranglish, one more, GK, White lol. Everlord Tree on the leg. He hates random PMs. Please do not PM Neuro. He will ban you like on site. Yeah, it's something that like new players don't get, but he's so busy. Like if you DM him and it's not worth his time, he doesn't even answer. He'll just ban you flat out. Monkey lol developer Christy, who's in chat at the moment. Joshua, Lower Dark, Menander, Marek, or Marich. I don't know if that's like a C. Simulta, speedrunner, very quick. Billy Smart, sometimes doesn't have Billy Smart ideas, but very good player. In his own right, JDE, HLLM, Tikotaka, Finuknu, and the Crow. Apparently it's the Crow's first game. Welcome. But yeah, we can see already the kind of initial thrust of the game is to build up your base. And you need to do that by automating stuff. You don't really want to be building handcrafting stuff all the way through the game. You definitely need to automate stuff to make your life a little bit easier. And the way that we do that is we build these huge smelting lines, and they will start to automate plates that we can turn into later game items. Here we can see up north, a huge power block has gone down, and this hopefully will fuel the opening part of North Space. They haven't stuck any smelting lines down just yet, but we do see the initial burner cities going down, and this is like phase 0.1. To get your base off the ground, and this build, we start at the very beginning, hand-feeding coal into stone furnaces and burning miners, and they will pull ore out of the ground, and then conversely in the stone furnace... Oh, I hate adverts so much. Sorry, I just got blasted with an ad. Ugh, terrible. It will mine the ore that it is currently sat on, burning the coal, and then transferring that ore into the stone furnace that with a bit of coal will make plates. From there, the players will grab these plates, as well as some copper plates too, and some stone, and they will handcraft what looks to be an aggressive amount of smelting. This is a lot. But maybe they don't do all of it. I wonder what the copper iron... Interesting. All right, labeling them. That's new. So Simultis is labeling what is what. S for steel, I for iron, and C for copper. Isaac. Or he's terribly spelling stuff out. Either way. Meanwhile on North, they've opted for a slightly different approach, and they're building their smelting to the west-hand side of the base. So we can see already there's two very different ideas going down here. One is to build to the east, one is to build to the west. Let's take a zoom out real quick and see if we do have a lot of outposters. Interesting. So, this is a strong stack. And I don't normally see these guys play together either. This could be an interesting one. Fordecker, Pavev, Cognitive Fun, Zer, and IB Sleepy. We're outposting. Interesting. All right. Normally, you get outpost stacks like this. Whisper and Lower Dark, who will obviously make water pistols. Neuro, the kind of player that will build a rocket outpost. So we will see rockets from whoever decides to stack or outpost with Neuro. Unless he doesn't have the time to. Sometimes these games are time capped. Joshua developer Enkling is heading out to a mix patch. Maybe Enkling's not playing in main. That'd be kind of wild. Look, here's a main play. I wonder if he's let Simultis take the wheel on main building because he's so quick. And then it's just a case of, deal with it. But yeah, massive power block coming in. Obviously, we'll need to fuel this with a bit of coal. At the beginning, you can hand feed it. Marek is running. Oh, awesome. So this guy, it looks to me like Marek's sole job in this opening gambit is to grab all of this coal and turn it into power for his team. And it's these little plays that are underrated because ultimately you need tons. I mean, look how large. The North have outlined what they want, their initial power block. What he's done is effectively said, right, you guys use this coal and this coal and use it for a bit of fuel, but you'll also need it for all this smelting out here. And I'll build power over here on my own. And I'll fuel it by myself, and then we're not using main coal patch. So, yeah, really nice little take there on shouldering some small part of the responsibility that your team requires you to And apologies for all these pop-ups. I just get notified when people do this because that could be considered grief, but it's not. He's just out here building. All right, Plumpcat, I can work on a nuke. Oh, we got nuclear talk already. I mean, uranium ore's kind of nice. Close on both sides. In fact, let's take a look at the map real quick. These guys are my favorite type of players. I do this all the time. It's called threat farming. Trust me, I will explain everything there is to know about this by the end of this stream. But for now, these guys are shooting and killing the bugs. And again, as I explained earlier, these bugs exist on the map purely to make sure that you don't. They're here to fight you and bite you, and that's why it's called biter battles. They battle you all the way through by flooding the map over time with waves of attacks. And over the course of time, these bugs will crash into your base, your silo, your smelting, they'll crash into your power, and you need to stop them. So what these guys, the Crow and HLLM and MonkeyLol and Grenlich are doing is they've got themselves a gun, and whilst the bugs are super duper weak, they're only evolved by 1%, meaning they're really, really soft and easy to kill. They're taking the fight to the bugs and they're killing them to the point where bugs become passive. When the threat number, which is the amount of aggressive bugs on the map, is in negative, the map needs to respawn this number here, 280 for the south and 59 for the north, before they can start aggressing onto the map and flooding in with waves and waves of bugs attacking your stuff. So the way that you keep the map passive is you go and take the fight to them when they're weak, and at the moment they're only 1.2% evolved, they're super duper weak, very easy to kill. So by doing this, you give your team a window of safety, a little passage of safety where they don't have to worry about bugs running into their stuff, ripping up power plants, ripping up smelting lines. In fact, you as an individual player with very little investment give your team a window of opportunity where they can kind of progress deeper into the late game. I think both sides will do this. They may employ different strategies to do this, but overall it's an underrated play, and if you're a new player, I would highly recommend threat farming. Just if you don't really want to be involved in building power because it just looks a little bit too much, or somebody else is doing it, for instance, and then this is happening and I don't really know what this is, and I'm not exactly sure if I can help here or not. All these guys are doing stuff and they're really quick, so I don't really want to, you know what I mean? And there'll be players like that just aren't that confident. Best thing you can do, and I've got it already set up on my hotkey here now, get some fire round magazines, and all you need from them to build them is some iron plates, which you'll be able to grab out of these smelters. Grenades later on will be unlocked, which is iron plates and coal. And fish you can grab from the sea, and they are these little floating black dots. And by eating a fish, you heal yourself. And then you'll need some armor as well. At the beginning, a light armor is fine because the bugs don't do that much damage, but later on you're going to need heavy, modular, and if you get power armor, then you're having a good game. I'm going to be honest. If you can afford power armor, then you're having a good time. So these guys are killing the bugs. Good job. They're really weak. Later on, when they evolve to be kind of more damaging, faster, and higher health pools, these guys won't be able to do this. So you are on the clock. You have kind of a window of opportunity to do this before they get way too big and you are fighting skyscrapers. Oh, are you in the game? Yeah, buddy, let's go. Nice to have you with us as well, Ragnar. Welcome. It looks to me like you're heading up north. And we almost have 30 on... How nuts is that? We nearly have 30 on 30. Enjoy. Bon chance. And yeah, go well, man. I'm rooting for you, even though I'm bipartisan. I'm rooting for you, Ragnar. So yeah, huge smelting array here. It'll take a long time to build this, and this will require a lot of power to turn on. But I guess somebody's done the maths here, and they said, do you know what? This many, and I'm not going to count, but this many is exactly what we need. Now, again, we have some speedrunning royalty in our midst. We are surrounded by some very, very strong players here on both sides of the coin. Just for instance, Ness is a competes deep into tournaments that we run, the 1v1 tournaments. Coincidentally, Simultus, another very, very fast player on South. And it appears to me like they would just want to get this up and running straight away. Automate some plates and feed some coal. Yeah, I like it. Genuine, strong start to the game. I'm going to change the music real quick. kind of fancy something a bit higher tempo. Copyright-free space music was a good idea. It's another good... What don't I play too much of on this stream? Is there like a music genre I don't play at all? Let me see. There's got to be something that we can all agree that is good enough. Royalty free. Oh dear. Thing is, with the NCS stuff, some of them are actually copyrighted. I know, Carl's in Maine. What is that all about? Surely transitioning later to Outpost. This is alien territory for Carl right now. He's like, what is this? I don't like it. I'm not building rockets and saving. That's my spot on Carl impression, by the way. Yeah, so what kind of music have we not played? Trap. I'm not going to play trap music. That's not for me, mate. Maybe later. Here we go. I'm going to type in experimental. Come on, let's listen to some experimental music. Oh dear. They have abstract music. Oh, this is going to be terrible. Okay, let's go for it. Oh, adverts. Yeah, no, I've got a few playlists, but the thing I'm cognizant of when I watch some of the videos back is they all have kind of the same playlists going on. Spanish guitar was actually a really good shout. Do you know what? If this experimental music isn't very good and it's like people screaming and bashing pots and pans and stuff, we're going to go and do Spanish guitar. I don't even know what... Okay. It reminds me of that Tekken music. Yeah, we'll do this for a bit. We'll do this until it becomes insufferable, and then we will swap it onto something that's slightly more listenable. But I typed in experimental music, and here I have it. If you can't hear it, let me know. I don't hear what you guys hear. I hear something else. Greatness. But also, yeah, if you need me to turn it up, let me know. Romanian music. I don't know any Romanian artists. And that's not because I'm racist. It's because they don't really get played out here. I don't mind this. And hopefully it's coming through. It shouldn't be super quiet, but I also don't want it to dominate the stream. I like to try and put on a bit of a chill stream rather than like shouting at my mic and screaming and stuff like that. I'll do a prediction actually. Let's set this up. Who will win? The age-old question. North in the... or south? This is N-Cling team. This game is called El Clasico for a reason. These guys captain against each other all the time. So I'll pull up the playlist. You have 30 minutes. You have 30 minutes to pick. Oh, we won away. We've never had 30 on 30 before. We've had bigger numbers in the game, but we've never had an even 30 on 30. That would be wild. Let me see. Oh, one person. Come on, jump in, please. One of you. Tanello. No. T-Bucket, join. I love it. You know, we're growing every week by about a couple of players each time. And again, think 60 people. That's like a medium-sized business, right? And to coordinate all of these different people, different languages, educational backgrounds, different skill levels, different understanding of the game, you know, different ideas of how to play, it's quite an effort for someone like Enkling, who, if I remember correctly, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning for him or 2 o'clock in the morning for him. These game starts. This is not easy. To coordinate all of that is impressive, very impressive. So yeah, well done, boys. It's not an easy thing to captain these games, but it's why winning them feels so good. And it's why watching a team lose, and therefore their base get destroyed, just as fun. Because we've spent the whole stream watching it build up and watching a mistake or two happen, blaming certain players. Yeah, it's almost 1 a.m. Imagine that. You've got the hopes and dreams of 28 other individuals sat on your tiny Filipino shoulders, Malaysian shoulders. I think he's Filipino. I don't want to get that wrong. But well done, and also mostly speaking in a different language that isn't his main. So fair play, mate. Yeah, massive respect from me on that front. And the soldier, obviously, 29 people following a plan on any video game. In fact, can you imagine 29 League of Legends players agreeing on anything? 29 CSGO players. Hey guys, this is the plan. No, fuck you. No, shut up. So I mean, obviously this game is for a very certain type of person, which is normally a lot more kind of mild-mannered. But I like it. So here we go. The beginning thrust of the game is about to happen. We have science going down, because you don't want to stay in the Dark Ages for too long. You need to do some research. And at some point, just a few labs doing a little bit of research isn't going to do enough for you. So we'll dive into the research queue. And at the beginning, there's not much. You don't really have access. You don't even have a steel axe. Imagine. So as the game goes on, you'll be researching different technologies, going down certain areas in the technology tree, and unlocking different levels and strength of things, as well as different kind of processes like oil, fluid handling, and then oil and batteries, and all of this stuff. And before you know it, we'll be sat watching rockets getting launched out of a rocket silo, all within the space of about 3 hours. It's quite quick. I like it. So yeah, we need to do some research. And so what we're setting up here is an automated red and green science. Red, to be built, you'll need iron gears from iron plates, and just standard copper plates will give you, once it's thrown into a building and then spat out on the other side, will give you red science. And that's level 1, tier 1 science. To make green, you'll need belts, yellow belt, and yellow inserters. Feed them into an assembly one, and it will spit out green science. And that for me is the early game. That's the beginning of the game. Once you can get through your red and your green science, you're really kind of going to start diverging away from certain core meta type researches, and that's where you can see different ways that people want to play the game take off. So yeah, so far so good on this front. Looks like Christie's helping build them all, which is great. This area later on will provide your team all of the things that it needs without needing to handcraft it. So belts, underground splitters, all the stuff they've had to handcraft to put down here later on will be available in a box you can just grab from. So, this will take off in a big way. These bases will not stay small for very long. You just need to get that initial up and running, get through the first couple of gears of the machine before you're in 5th gear and you're flying. So, people making use of the mix patches, this, I don't know, is this meta now? I think I see this every single week. A mixed patch enjoyer. And it works. It actually genuinely works. We balanced the mixed patches out. They used to be like heavily 1-4 patch, and as you can see now, it's kind of a mixture of all 3 or 4, with normally 1 or dominating, but not being so dominant that it's like that. It's just mostly copper. So I like this. I'm not sure exactly where it's going to go. I'm not sure what they're going to make. And then developer out here doing the same. So yeah, the guys that are playing away from the main base area, and main base normally is dictated by anything that's kind of in and around the initial objective, right? Which is what we talked about earlier on, which is our rocket silo. This thing is what we're here to protect. And to do that, we need to do some research like this, and throw that into labs over here like this. And once we've done that, we'll have access to things like flamer towers, so we can defend ourselves better. We'll have access later to laser towers, so we'll be able to like shoot and zap the bugs, and then upgrade those laser towers to be stronger. But if you're playing away from main base, like out here or out here, then you're performing a different role for your team, which means that you're not really going to be involved in the building up of the main area. But your job or your role, for instance, the guy that's come out here is to build extra power, and he's done that, and he can build even more later on. If he needs to go back to that, he can double and triple that power, because there are loads and loads of little coal patches out to this left-hand side. Dr. Buttons is in. Hey, let's go. I'm not going to play. Can somebody screenshot this? Can somebody screenshot in game 30v30? I'm worried if I do it, I'm going to print screen my entire stream. Can somebody send that to Discord? That's really cool. We do hit big numbers, but this is nice to have consistent balance. You know, no one team is overly stacked, or 5 people just leave randomly on north, and yeah, this could lead for a much quicker game. So again, yeah, these guys are out here doing stuff on the edges of the base. They normally have different roles and goals. Sometimes it's to kind of get uranium ore. I got you. No, somebody's just DM'd me on Discord. They've got it. That's cool. It's just we like to mark these kind of, it's nice to have this many people. And hopefully when we're on 40v40, 50 on 50, 100 on 100, we'll probably make Neuro cry, because he'll have to do so much work fixing a server that's on fire. But yeah, good stuff. Love to see it. And again, labs are going down, and research is chugging along. Now, we'll have a lot more labs to go down later, and that's why research will be really quick, really, really quick later on. Coincidentally as well, down here somewhere will be a huge amount of labs, although I do believe, here we go, one team last week, I'm not going to point fingers, but one team last week decided that labs weren't a problem. No, sorry, that labs weren't an issue, and that later on became a problem, a really big problem for them. So it's nice to see people prioritizing even just a small amount of research at the beginning of the game, because you want to get off the ground quick. You want to kind of get these early upgrades done, and then you can forget about them. We've done our better explosives, we've done our red belts, and then we can get into the really fun stuff, the meat and potatoes of what makes this game mode fun, which is the diverging ideas and philosophies as to how you go about winning this game. And there are loads of different play styles and ideas, and the bases will be built in different ways as well, with different defensive philosophies in mind. So we'll cover all of that. Trust me, we'll cover every single step along the way. But meanwhile, we see a couple of people outposting here. Lower Dark Whisper and Neuro, a very strong trio, a thruple, you can call that. A couple is 2, and I think a thruple is 3. I might be getting that wrong. I mean, I am English, but I also do butcher my own language at times. So feel free to correct me in chat if I've got that one wrong. I can imagine that players of this standard, of this caliber, especially Lower Dark, are aiming for something big. They're not out here for a short time, and they're not out here for a good time. They're out here to win. So potentially we could see a rocket coming from that particular area. Coincidentally, if we look out here, look at this already. This has just popped up. Frightening how fast these guys play. I was here 2 or 3 minutes ago, and none of this was down. So yeah, the initial kind of green signs will be doing some red, and you've got your mall items here, stuff you'll need throughout the entirety of the game, all being fed into little boxes. You can grab hundreds, if not, well, maybe thousands. This is a bit of an overgenerous exaggeration, but yeah, just loads of stuff. And we like stuff. I want more stuff, but just mine, not your stuff, my stuff. So yeah, smelting's going well. Power may turn into an issue down the line when these things start to tick on, and obviously when this switches on, this is going to be a big power draw for the south. So one thing I really like, and I'm going to point it out again, is we have seen here Simultis name the top of every single smelting stack, which when you're playing in a 30-person team, actually kind of underrated, right? So that nobody plugs anything in that doesn't know where that needs to go. And we're about to hit 31 and 31, boys. 62 people. I don't think I've had 62 people do anything. Watch any sport I've played. No, actually I have. Played in front of some big crowds and kind of a big deal. But remember to stay humble. Did we get right star in? We did, I think. Yes. So yeah, welcome everybody. This is, I think, the biggest game of the year so far. I want to say it's the biggest game of the year so far. I have not casted all the games, but I've done most of them. So the beginning of March is really setting out a standard, a stall for player numbers, and you'll love to see it. And again, if you need the link to Discord, feel free to ask. If you want to hop into the game, this is a live game. You can play this right now. You don't need any special DLC. You don't need to kind of subscribe to anything. You just need to click on Factorio. Find us. We're going to be the largest server by a mile. So search by player numbers, you'll find us. Hop into the game, say hello, and I'll get you onto a team. Can't guarantee you're going to win, but what I can do is say that you will be playing with 30 plus other people. We're all trying to win. Awesome. And again, look at this straight away. We're talking about walls. So Christy, the North, I'm not giving this away, but the North are looking at their map and they're looking at, how large, how much room do we need? Does our defensive box need to be this big? Or do we splash out and get this extra room up here that we can build more stuff into? But by having this extra room here... Oh, who's pinging? Sorry, 1 second. I was going to explain something there, but something seems to have happened. Do we have a throw? Is that a troll? What's going on? Alright, so I'm the referee here too, so you do get people that try and grief or try and, yeah, I just want to keep tabs on that. I don't know that player, and I don't want Monkey's base to be ruined by somebody. Okay, got you. Right. There we go. Put you South pick first. What's the guy's name? Let me just make sure he's not carrying anything. Joys. The joys of being an admin. The good news is he doesn't have any science on him, and that's the key here, is he doesn't need to be griefing like this science, for instance. That needs to stay as monkeys and be left alone. So, alright, yeah, back to my point. Sorry about that. Slight divergence. As the bugs come down and they fight your base and they bite you down, you need walls around your base. That comes at a little bit of a cost, because the larger the box that you choose to defend yourself in, the further the distance you have to go to repair things and to fix things. So if something over here is broken, you have to run a long, long way to fix it. So you need to eye up the space that you get. And this is what makes the game mode, in my mind, the most unique. Not only do the players that you play with have different playstyles, skills, and ideas they bring to the game, these builds will all be different. Although the recipes are the same, the way they're outlaid are different in many different ways. And some are more efficient and effective at others than some other builds. And we'll see divergence later on in the late game. What a lot of people get wrong, or what people forget, is that the map changes every single time. It's always a random seed. And so where last time, building a really tall, for instance, defensive, but it's terrible, sorry, apologies, wrong tool. By building this really tall box that worked for you last game, actually what you might be able to do is get away with something much, much smaller. And then by building a smaller kind of turtle type base, you have less room to build in, but you have a quicker response time to get to that front line to fix any problems that you have. So I'd rather, if I'm a player, I'd rather run a less distance to fix a wall or put down more defenses than run all the way out here to fix something that we're not really able or capable of defending until later in the game when we have robots and robot port coverage everywhere. So if I'm a captain, I'm looking at these maps and I'm asking questions of myself like, where do I draw the line? Where do I want my base to be? Freddy wants to come in. EA, mate, you can come in. North has first pick. Okay, Freddy's there. So yeah, I'm looking at my base going, where do I want my walls? Blue's probably not a good pick for this. Let me go for white so you guys can see this. Do I want my edges of my base here or here? Sorry, terrible line drawer, I know. Or do I want to kind of condense it and make it a bit, squatter? Where do I want my castle walls to be, effectively? And that's how I make my living in this game. That's how I make my wins happen, is that I look at the defensive side of the game. All of these builder nerds, and there are loads of, let's point them out real quick. Look, these builder nerds, this Amelet guy, builder nerd, Zamultus builder nerd, they know all these nerdy ratios and all these, they've done the maths, they have, trust me, they know all this stuff. Let them do that, they're good at that, right? If you're new, or you can gather up, scoop up some noobs, noob scooping is a good skill to have, you can grab them and drag them up here. And look, the Crow, this is his very, very first game. He just played him one earlier, but this is his first ever captain's game. Now, he's not going to be building main, and he's not going to be doing any research. Is he having an impact for his team? You're damn right he is. They're sat at minus 2,000 threat. And again, I'll go through what all of this means to anybody that's new. But ultimately, the point I'm trying to get across here is that you have a function, And there is like an optimal way of you spending your time, but there are different ways in which you can be effective. There's not one beginners must do this or advanced players must do this. There's loads of different ways you can have an impact, and that's what makes this game mode so fun. Sometimes I log in and all I want to do is this, and I win games. Stay humble, by the way. It's not always about being a legend. Sometimes I'll just build power because I'm tired, man. I had a full day of fucking work and I just want to build stuff. So I'll just build this up. And other days I'll go and build an outpost. So, is it? Okay. I'll take a look. I didn't realize that had been disabled. Config. Let me ask Nura. In fact, let me ask Nura on Discord first. Let's get Toddy into the game. So one problem at a time. Let's get Toddy into a game. He deserves to play. We'll then talk about signs being disabled. Something like this, I will defer to somebody who knows a lot more about this stuff, which is our senior admin, who's currently in the game. I don't want to stop Nura from playing, but there's a complaint here about signs not working, and that kind of sucks because these guys have got a game plan. Their game plan is to... okay. I thought Monkey's already trusted. One... Okay, problem solved. I'm a genius. Absolutely not. Alright, well, yeah, any other issues? Any on here or in Discord, and we'll work it out. Awesome. So yeah, I mean, the joys of being a commentator and an admin, you have to kind of every now and again deal with a problem or two. Luckily, there aren't any major concerns as we go. So yeah. I was making a point, and I think I was doing a really good job, and then I tailed off a little bit on that. So new players, you have stuff you can do. Yeah, threat farming, building power, these are huge plays for your team. Really important stuff. Also, later on, Christy, who's in the south, I believe, just hanging out at the moment. Well, how about that wall production? There is a stone patch far away. You'll need to kill some of the slugs that are in the ground, the worms. So you'll need a gun, maybe a grenade, and definitely some armor. But if you head out to like a stone patch, I don't know which one's best, somewhere that's far away from me, that's close to some coal, you could build some wall production. And then you can bring back to main base like a whole box of walls that they can use to build their base up. So effectively, the walls that your team will be behind will be because of you. So it's a bit of a painful one because you'll need to set up the smelting. So you did it last week, actually. You set up the drills. You copied and pasted the drills. And that's with Control-C. And you can drag over blueprints and then you Control-V to paste them down. So you'll need to figure out some mining and you'll need to find a stone patch. So that's if you want to do that. I'm not saying you should do that. I'm just saying if you want another job to do and the main boss, the captain, doesn't really know where to put you, yeah. Because it's a big play. And I shit you not, later in the game, there will be a box that needs to have 5,000 walls in that won't exist. So if you're that guy that provides that, you'll be a legend. And you'll probably get picked a bit earlier in the rounds. So you'll be on your team earlier. You'll be able to influence who gets to be picked on your team too. I might make a documentary, how to make Christy captain. You're eventually going to captain one of these games, mate. Mark my words. You've won a few. You're playing in one now. And then I reckon in a couple of days' time, you're going to end up in as captain. Major Mayhem, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're having a good weekend. This is quite a large game. So if I'm looking out for stone and coal, I think that your best bet is out to the east. West, sorry, what am I talking about? The west. There's some small stone patches here. You're not getting in anybody's way by being here. And as long as you build somewhere close to the river, in this direction here, you're staying away from the outpost because these guys will expand this main base to be quite big. I think my experimental music's run out. Oh, sad. You're right, what we're going for? Spanish guitar. Let's go. Okay. Royalty-free Spanish guitar music. Let's go.
Just clean bathroom smell.
If you came here for a really hyperactive stream, I do want to apologize. That's not how we do things here. But if you have any questions, if you're a new viewer, or generally you just don't really understand what's going on, feel free to ask. My name's Ghosty. I am the strongest player in this server. I'm currently not playing the game. I'm refereeing it. But we like to explain things to new players and kind of general concepts as to why you defend in certain areas and what certain bases do, as well as kind of like a general idea of what the main kind of positives and negatives of either side, what they're trying to do, what they're trying to achieve, and if they're even going to get there. And as we can see here, Martin Max King setting up some extra smelting. And these mixed patches are kind of OP. Oh, let me get my music on. Right. Because it's Spanish guitar music, I don't know if this is going to be loud or not. So when it kicks in, if it's super duper quiet, I will up the volume. Because it's going to be chill, but it may be a little quiet. Right. Let's get this guy in. And yeah, I think we hit 32 on 32 was the highest that we've had so far. But people come and go. You know, they'll play for an hour or two, and then they'll drop out for a little bit, and then they'll play for a little bit more. So yeah, this is a really strong... Yeah, mate, 30 on 30. That's massive, isn't it, when you think about it? 60 people plus all playing the game together. That's cool. So, yeah, so what I would say, Christy, is if you do head out into the Wild West, you will encounter these little red slug things on the ground called worms. Zymo's hammering this. He's even introduced something that I've never seen before. So you see these little letters above the smelting stacks? He's put C above the copper stacks. And I know that sounds kind of super duper obvious, but it's like if you have a noob in your team and they're not too sure what to do, I mean, how awesome is that, being able to coordinate just by the use of a single letter, right? Bring copper to this area, bring iron to this area. So all of this is Simultas's blueprint, and this happens straight away. So like, this is wild how organized they're managing to be. And I genuinely think that by having a speedrunner on your team, and obviously North has Ness as well, and Ness is ridiculously quick. We're getting to like speeds we haven't really seen before in this game mode, or speeds that we normally see if there are, 15 on 15, 20 on 20. With 30 plus on each team, we are going to fly through this early game, and we'll be into the mid game before we even know it. So yeah, you love to see it. For any of you that's new, sorry, I'm losing my voice. My name's Ghosty. I'm refereeing this game, so there might come a point where I need to do some refereeing stuff. If you have any questions, if you're new to the game or new to the game mode, feel free to ask questions. There's lots of very strong players in chat at the moment, and there's lots of stuff we can talk about and explain as we go along. These games are not super long, but they're long enough, so we have enough time to have a chat. And De Beer is coming. Well, we've got a lot of people coming in. We might even have like 35 on 30. If everybody was to join and stay, I reckon we've got close to 40 on 40, right? But anyway, welcome, Pitter, firstly. I hope you're having a good weekend, my dude. It's a big game. It's a big game. And we can see now that Monkey has made a lot of mill site. I haven't really kept up to date on this, but I'll go through it now. The way that you play this game mode is that you influence the enemies on the other team. The enemies being the bugs. I mean, it's kind of historic, isn't it? It'll be the biggest game that we've ever had. Spanish guitar is not doing it for me, only because it's super quiet. Let me change the music just real quick. Electric guitar. Do you know what? Let's go electric guitar. It'll be cool either way. bear with. I'm just going to change the music on stream. Again, we have a lot of time to talk about all this stuff, so feel free to hop in and out. This will be going on for a long time. Not long time, not forever, obviously. Blues, acoustic, cheery, happy guitar and... No, I'm all right. Happy guitar and drums. Oh, dear. There we go. That'll do. And I get an advert for pot noodles. Brilliant. Where are you at, Christy? You are... so I would ping that with Control and Alt held down and left click, and then just say to your captain, I've bought you stone. They'll know what to do with that. They might even have another stone smelter further along that they'll plug that into. So the fact that you've bought it there is good enough. You've helped bring more stuff to the party that let the cooks cook with that effectively. So yeah, good stuff. So, okay, yeah, here we go. Right, back to the bugs. This is the most important bit. So we're all on the map, and we have an objective, which is our rocket silo. Both the North team and the South team have one of these, and if you lose yours and it goes down to 0 HP, you've lost the game. And obviously there's so many people on either team that, you've got a lot of bodies you can try and use to get in the way of that and to build and to research and all that jazz. So, over the course of the game, the bugs will evolve and get stronger, they'll get bigger, they'll get faster, and there'll be more of them. And at the moment, what either team are doing is they're building certain science flasks that are different strengths, red being the weakest, green being the second weakest, all the way up to space signs. By launching a rocket into space, you get these space science jugs, and they're throwing a number of them at the other side, making the opposition bugs stronger. So if we just take this last throw by Monkey Lol, he threw 71 grey jugs, military jugs, to the north, and the evolution jumped by 0.9%, so from 27.2 to 28.1, and that added 128 onto the map. So instantly, bang, 121 more bugs. And again, we can see that the Enklings team are also throwing a weaker science, but because it's easily made, they can make more of it. Over the course of the game, the bugs naturally get stronger anyway, but the evolution number on either side will change. So, yeah, I'm a huge fan of that in that respect, that if somebody feels comfortable because they're dealing with low-level bugs, you can do a quick throw and then throw them off balance a little bit. The teams are really nice, dude. 32 on 33. That's wild, man. This is a really nice game, So I'm just going to shout out everybody. Bring a bit of energy, a bit of positivity, We're all here together. We're all having fun. Some more so than others. But yeah, it's nice to share in that. And as we can see now in the north, we were talking about base size earlier on. This is a really long defensive line to have to cover. So yeah, we'll see where they go with that. We should hopefully. Oh, mate, thank you very much for that fire. I do appreciate it. I say every week, I mean, any support you guys are happy to give. I actually subbed to Anti-Patience because I'm a big fan. I didn't realise as well that you get a sub for free with Amazon Prime. I thought you had to physically pay for the sub. So yeah, you get one for free. I had an idea at the beginning of the stream, and I kind of want to do it, where when we get our free Prime sub, we find somebody and we raid them with our sub. So find somebody like Runebogler or Clutch or Carl, or like Ness, for instance, and then all of a sudden they get 10 subs. I mean, just for morale, not for the money, because it's not a lot of money, but just for morale, make them feel good. Say hello, have a free sub, boom, here's a couple of dollars, enjoy. But it's your money. I'm not going to tell you how to spend it. I do appreciate any support, though. Thank you. That is very true. Yes, yeah, they have to unlock it. But yeah, I'm going to start doing it. I get 12 a year. So I want to do one for Kobe because I really like the MMP speedruns. He's trying to get out to Vienna as well for the next convention. So I'm going to drop one for him next. And I've got a hit list of people that I want to sub to down the line. Obviously, it's one a month. You can do more than one if you've got the money. I'm saving for a holiday at the moment, so I'm not made of subs. But yeah, it does help. But it's not why I'm here. I'm not here for the money, for the cash money. I'm here to provide some good vibes, cast some great games. And this is shaping up to be one of them. I have a hit list for people. Yeah, I might need to rephrase that a little bit. But you never know, Pitta. You may be streaming at one point. All those times where I'm adding you to the list. Yeah, do you know what? It's building nicely over time, and I wouldn't want to have it any other way. As we see power about to get slammed into by some bugs. Ooh. Now losing a couple of these, I can't. Oh no! Can I set up a GoFundMe for Pitta? A GoFundMe for a sub button. Hey, that guy's just. Ooh, somebody needs to have a look at this. This is, if they take out like a third of this block, that's a massive loss. These bugs aren't strong enough, really. Or if you go over and fight them now, like this isn't a big deal. But you can watch for free, guys. Watch for free. Enjoy it. If you want to support me, there's like a donate button for coffee, for buying me a coffee, because I actually do get through a fair few cups during my streams. Obviously, other drinks are available. We're working on getting sponsored. I joked about this last week, and then somebody sent me a DM saying you'd be surprised what kind of companies would sponsor streams. So, yeah. Ads, mate, I appreciate it, I do. The first thing I'd focus on this game, Christy, is winning, and you are closing in on the early game being over and the mid-game kicking in. As we can see, military science here going into labs, giving you access to tier 3 science. So click into their research. We can see now. Oh, can you imagine? Dream with me for a second. Just bear with me. Dream with me for just 1 second as I come out of this research tree. A tiny little box. And I mean tiny. Just like here somewhere, just there. Of a rotating pot noodle with my face on. I eat so many of them. I'm basically a brand ambassador at this point. And it just spins around. And then I get my big pot noodle paycheck. And I just want them to send me stock. I don't even want money. Just send me like some Bombay bad boys. And I'm done. Serious. I'm not even joking at this point. If they could send me like a month's worth of noodles, I'm down. I'll promote their product. I back it. And Maggie, if you have a counter, yeah, I'm in the noodle business. Yeah, if they have a counter offer, Maggie do some good noodles too. So feel free to create like a bidding war, and then I'll be in the middle of it, just jacking the price up and making a killing. Firstly, I don't work for any of these companies, so please feel free to select the noodles of your choice. As the first death of the game, I believe, is I Be Sleepy, and for that we put an F in chat. R.I.P. He's sleeping on the ground. Sag. So yeah, the noodle business is strong. I say it as a joke, but I reckon that if the stream was ever to kind of get big or blow up, I'd like to think you could turn around and say, look, mate, we get good numbers, and it's a positive stream. It's not like Toxic where people are kicking off at each other and stuff. To do that though, to grow to that level, I'd have to stream some of the games I play that I'm like quite good at, I think. And yeah, I don't know. I don't want to it brings out the worst in me, but I get really nice to my team. I try and kill them with kindness. If people get things wrong, I get really positive, and I think it throws people off a little bit, but that's fine. I was checking in on this avid noodle consumers. God, can you imagine? I don't even want to imagine the Google search. Noodle consumers. Yeah, but yeah, I can dream, can't I? A man can have a dream. It might not be a realistic dream, but a man can have a dream. If I'm being honest, if I wanted to get a sponsorship, or like cards on the table, if I wanted to get sponsored, I'd start coaching Dota, and I'd start streaming my coaching sessions, and then I'd create a load of educational content about the meta, item usage for beginners. And I reckon I could grow a channel really quick off that. That's if I want to. At the same time, I'm kind of done with that game. I just like to play for fun. And it takes a lot out of you if you're having to constantly be on top of a team. And yeah, I don't know. I don't find it fun anymore, if that makes any sense. It's not to say that it isn't a fun game, but I've had my time with it. And red ships emerge. Fantastic. You love to see it? So the beginnings of blue science. This game is flying. How far have we been going in for? We're an hour in. I think it took them about 10 minutes to pick teams, maybe a bit more. But 31 and 32 is relentless speed. Oil processing has already begun on the north, and that is a large stack of oil. I need to keep in mind we have outposters too out here, whose bases are growing enormous. And again, with so many people, these can really get off the ground quick. We're not looking at people messing about. A nest with 1,000 green science jugs. The mutagen's getting pushed hard this game as well. So 1,000 jugs jumps them to 31.4%. On the Enkling side and to the south, they're at 34%. So really nice Evo numbers so far. I mean, at the moment, I don't think it's going to rock the boat too much. Both teams are smart enough and strong enough to be able to kind of weather the storm. But we see walls going down already. People are not messing about. They don't want to deal with bugs. Just running into their stuff and killing them. And they're going to get to a point now, as I explained earlier on, where you can take the fight to them, but you're going to have to exhaust more resources to do that. So it becomes more expensive and more dangerous to be here. Now, 30% bugs, that's doable. 40, 50, starting to get around that kind of tenuous area where you think we should have some defenses up. Instead of us running at the bugs, we just let them run at us and then fix whatever they break. Because as we all know, these lovely, lovely little gun turrets are useless after about half an hour of this game mode. Yes, Thor makes a very good point. That point being side swipes. As we can see here, Christie is gunning for his life. Good kills. Cliff, good to have you with us, mate. And that's completely accurate. I completely agree with you. They've done a really good job here setting up some military science. This small, and it is quite small if you think about it. Set up. Oh, we've got another place. Oh, wait, you lost your car? Oh, Sag. That's quite sad. You can build another one, you know? You can have many cars. But it does suck when one goes. Things it gets pancaked as well. So even the animation for this is like really sad. It's just been flattened. I mean, there are no friendly bugs on the map, so if you're anywhere near them, be very careful. But going back to Thul's point, and he does make a very good point, and we see this every week. This will be a recurring theme that we'll see this week as well. You obviously want a huge defensive, I'm just going to draw these lines arbitrarily. These aren't the lines that will actually end up being the base. But let's just say, just for argument's sake, that our base is inside this white box. These are our walls, and behind our walls we have lasers and flame turrets, and they protect us. And we're fine back here. We can build everything we want inside of this box, but we want to be here and safe. And if they kill off a flame turret or a laser turret, we can replace it, that's fine. We can upgrade them to be stronger too. What you tend to find is that the bugs don't just come and slam into the kind of heavy face of your base. They do roam around the map, and they can squeak in to areas that are undefended. And it's great when you've got this box that's been drawn out that is keeping you safe, and your robots later on can repair stuff. But say, for instance, we're up north, and they don't have anything to their sides, and they just build one huge line of wall. Side swipes, lateral side swipes, bugs coming this direction and this direction, it happens more than you'd like to happen. My argument is, by the time we hit 1 hour and 30, yes, and they kill outposts, so they can potentially slam into these things here, which is why our threat farmers are such an important aspect of the game. You need to be taking the fight to the bugs, forcing them to focus on you, driving their numbers down. And although they're getting stronger, and as you can see, a grenade is no longer doing the job on an entire pack, we'll need to throw multiple grenades, meaning that you're farming them slower, obviously. Your team will eventually get attacked. So you're on a timer here. Now, any level of wall at any point is better than no wall. A single brick wall slammed into the ground. And here we go, fantastic. We've got some flamer turrets directly behind them as well. So this is relatively well defended for this part of the game. Later on, this area needs to go through an enormous amount of development for it to be deemed safe enough. And that's really what we're trying to do here. What I might do is I may do like an in-game clock. So I might put somewhere on my screen like the in-game time. So, once pick and bans are done, there's like a little timer I can hide and pop up. Because it'd be nice to see the actual time of the game from very beginning, where we all run off, to the very end when things go bang. But yeah, you love to see it. So okay, we're into that blue science now. So mid-game, I believe, is dictated when you hit blue and military coming into your labs and being researched. Having the buildings down is not good enough. You need to have them producing, and you need to be researching with it. I mean, yeah, you've seen an area of improvement, Cliff Build. I believe in you. I know, I miss Ragnarok, man. I miss Ragnarok. It was just funny. Like, he was a cool, good player as well, but one of the main personalities in the community that did a lot of the back end stuff is taking a break, and I understand that. All right, who wants to join? North have next pick. The soldier will get that player, and yeah, mid game we'll take a look at some research. We're not really just there yet, turning on blue. I haven't really looked at North right quick, but they're at that point. But let's quickly dive into their research queue. And we can see, some very standard stuff going along here. Advanced oil needs to happen. You're going to need some of that heavy oil later, as well as the light oil. And then lubricant, obviously. These are very standard choices. Standard issue. And if we look south, we should see, although I know they've already got cars, very same stuff. Modules, and later on they'll be getting some upgrades, potentially to their shooting, potentially to their flower balls. And then we'll see things like advanced electronics and that come in. Oh, I'm going to take a breather real quick. So, you may ask yourself, or might not, but I would, who's currently winning in the game? And I would say it's very hard to tell. However, if you want access, the one thing I would say, and I say this every week, but I will say it again, is that if you have any ideas, the administrators and the developers, genuinely listen. If you have an idea for an improvement, and maybe it's not within your wheelhouse to make happen, but you think it will be seriously, there's no such thing as a bad idea. We've had some really cool game modes that we've been playing off the back of people going, hey, have you ever tried this? And all of a sudden we're playing space exploration, or we're playing Crestoria. We're here for this game mode. This game mode is fun. But the community is a wider community, just fans of this game. And so what you find is that when something new or something interesting pops up, everybody gets behind it and we all play. And if you just take, for example, as a wider point, take the 30,000 feet view look on this, there are 60 players playing on one map. And I've played this game before where I can barely get 2 or 3 of my friends to come back and to build the base and make it bigger. So to have 30 people on your team, that's kind of cool, right? A wall farm. Okay. I'll believe it when I see it. Remember, there's lots of different things you need to take into consideration for a wall farm. Where are you at the moment? How far out did you go? Oh, you're out here. Okay. Remember, you got to kill these little worms as well, because otherwise they're going to spit on all your stuff. Oh no. Or is it just a disconnected pole? Because I think I hovered over something just now and it was red. And they've got the opportunity, obviously, to build up into larger power blocks. Okay, got it. But this is a gift, isn't it, really? Yeah, 3 huge coal patches. They're also very hovering close to uranium too, so. Got you. And yeah, here we go, right angles. Kind of the bane of most defenders' existence. You have to draw a right angle at some point, but having 2 in a build is, tenuous. But yeah, the same ideas coming in. Flamethrower turrets down. We've got some pipes here where you can stick 2 on one on either side, 1 left, 1 right. Looking nice. Right, so Christy is making a wall farm. Now, one thing to keep in mind, Christy, is having the walls is one thing, but you need to at one point transport them back into your base. So you either do that by carrying them back, or you make a huge belt. Carrying is probably the best way to go. And your car has stored by train. Okay. Wall train, I like it. It wouldn't even have to be big, like one carriage would be enough. And you're also making your train soar because it will go through the bugs. I kind of like that. And you're far away enough. One thing I would say is try and avoid like going through people's bases. So you can put a train track through here, through this coal line, but you'll need to make it underground so that it's not cut effectively. But you'll be able to force your way through here somehow. And I'm sure it's for a good cause, obviously. One thing I wouldn't say is don't put the train on the inside unless you put gates for the wall. Gates lower and raise as the train gets near. But if you just take segments of the wall out, that's like super duper dangerous. So yeah, that's something just to bear in mind is you never want to open a hole up into your wall. You want it to be closed off. Because later on, as we'll see, lots of bugs will appear. And I'm interested with this. Like, why have we got turret production? Because they're going to get savaged. Once we see the evolution numbers jump up to like 40-50%, like oh come on, the turrets really don't pay for themselves. Yeah, that's a good point from Thule. Try and get as close to the river as possible. Do you know what, mate? Any input, even if it took you 12 months, I think would be highly appreciated by the wider player base. One thing to keep in mind is, and I might be wrong about this, but there's no money involved in any of this. It's all about just doing it for the love of doing it, And that's no pressure on saying, oh, you've got to do it now. But if you think that's something you'd be able to do over a long period of time, not obviously straight away, I don't think anybody would be upset about you trying it. And even if you didn't get there, or if it was just a little bit too much of an ask, you're still trying to make something better for people, and that's commendable, mate. There's so many people that want to like tear things down, or just take the piss or ruin stuff. Like, yeah. Rag will come back. There was just a bit of drama. I think he was burnt out as well. I mean, there were so many games where I'd be in the game with him and he sounded tired. He sounded overworked. Or maybe exams, or I don't know what I can't speak for him, but yeah, that normal kind of very happy-go-lucky, very kind of chippy Frenchman that we all knew and liked was slowly but surely eroding. So maybe for his own mental health, he's just taking a step away. But we miss Ragnarok because he's a good guy. Mixed builds, excellent, just on time. These are mixed builds, or mixers as we like to call them. And this is how we access our late game. Or this is how we produce late game items consistently. We make large columns of buildings that at the end of that column will spit out advanced materials. Oh no, not Billy Smart. Come on, boys. We've done this before. And it wasn't very smart. Oh dear. Okay, so these long. I'll fill you in on that story in a little bit, but we had a game where Billy Smart did a Billy not very smart play. It was kind of funny as fuck. So again, spit in. So here we go. We've got like copper coming in down. There'll also be one for iron as well. That'll feed later on into this column, and before you know it, you've got blue chips coming out the other end. What you need to do is build columns and rows of these across kind of either to the east or to the west. And then basically you need to feed them with as many patches as possible. Copper being one of the most dominant materials you need. You forgot about materials. Have no fear. You have burner miners. If you mine this rock, or you see these rocks on this mixed patch, you can create stone furnaces. Can someone move me to spectators? I can. Oh no, I can't. Unless you... Wait, hang on. How far are you from... Where is DJ? Okay. Yeah, I'll move you across, mate. I don't know why you can't press the spectate button, but I don't want to... I missed this guy out. Who he is? Boom. He's dead, Jim. So you can make stone furnaces if you punch these rocks. And then with those stone furnaces, you can use some of your burner miners to mine these ores. Then from there, you can build everything. But it might be worth traveling back to main and grabbing a load of belts. You do have them all set up, I believe. So you do have boxes where you can grab items that you can use for yourself. Like over here, for instance, you have like a belt box. This is for everyone. It's mostly for building main, but if main has been built and you're kind of slowly but surely working towards rockets, I don't think anybody's going to be upset about you. Here we go. There's some more belt boxes over here, as well as like electric miners. We have 11, but they'll slowly build that up. Yeah, take what you need from main, but don't like pull everything out all at once. So you can either do that, or where you are, you can create the things that you need. So you'll need electric miners, and with that, effectively, you need to stick a load of burner miners down onto these patches here. Good luck. This is the... Oh no! Oh, they got monstered. Great spot, by the way. Sorry, I was just meandering around. That's dead. That's double dead. That died, came back to life, and died twice. There's no coming back from that either until you have bots. Who is out here? Oh, Jason was out here. He does manage to get one final send out, but yeah, that's a lot of effort and time. And this now just has no function. Kind of a big deal. And also, when we were talking about side swipes, you know, less than kind of 20 minutes ago, it feels like, they did eventually make their way around the edge, you know? Now again, how do you beat this? You just throw some grenades onto them. You need a couple of grenades, 3 or 4. Try not to shoot them, because obviously the acid will build up. But this is the main thrust of the game mode. They get bigger, they get stronger, they get faster, and they come for you. And if you're not careful, they'll kill you, and then you respawn back here, far away from all your stuff. Which nobody likes to do. Is Clutch and Ness's base got you? So they may get this back up and running again, whether you want to or not, I don't know. I like the idea that they've kind of coordinated some kind of spam blueprint. I do like this. 20 boilers. It depends on how much power you're trying to put down, firstly. So if you've got a lot of power to go down, then I'd be slightly cognizant of how much you're feeding in. Start small to begin with, because you can always expand. So if you were to go for, just ballpark here, you know, 4 furnaces, or boilers, sorry, and then 8 steam engines off the back of that, 2 per boiler, you don't need to build anything like this size for what you're about to do. You'll need something that's like this size. Do you know what I mean? Because you're effectively only really going to be fueling like 10, maybe 15 miners. Oh, we've got another swipe. Oh, this base is just having no fun. Look how laterally they came as well. Right in at the side here. They must have wrapped around this massive lake. Now, Death's just doing well here to defend. And this is the best thing you can do, is just kite them away, drag them into other things, and then grenade them down. But yeah, we're seeing now that there's a couple of people that are, yeah, just munched on power here. Oh. What is this powering? Is it over here? It is. Oh, that's kind of sad. It's a shame I can't reveal my map, but yeah, oh, that sucks. But it happens though, right? If you're going to build it, you have to defend it, and there's a time where so in reference to my point earlier, Christy, is build a few that don't aim to build a huge power block like these guys have. This is for all of the main base, and maybe even some of the satellite bases as well. But what you're attempting to do, you can get away with a lot less. Another death. North they're protected. I mean, arguably, this is just not great. Don't put holes in your wall. Oh dear. Undergrounds, obviously. But they're getting there, you know. They've gotten some flamer turrets down. And down the line, when the bugs eventually slam into this wall, you can see here, they'll pile up, attacking the wall, doing no damage to your flamers as your flamers do damage to them. And that's why we recess the flamers further back. If they were to be on top of the wall, and just in the meantime, so as the bugs are coming in, they obviously have a chance and a range to spit, which isn't far, but it's far enough. If we were to have like a flamer turret, you know, in this area here or in this line, they'd eventually take damage, and over time they'd die. So what we do is, as we can hover over Flame Tower, you can see it's got this huge cone in front of it. we just recess it back a little bit, and that keeps it safe and keeps it alive. And then in this mid ground, later on, we can put lasers, which will evaporate the bugs. And obviously, if we want to, and I suggest that you do later, you thicken the walls as well. Boom. But yeah, we'll go into defense later. It's much more prevalent at the end of the game than in this mid game now, unless one team was getting absolutely slammed and they were just losing stuff left, right, and Charlie. But so far so good. White Lol is out here too. I wonder what the plan is. This is horrendous amounts of oil. What's his plan? Are you just here to oil everything up? Is White Lol a secret oiligarch? Okay, I'll stop. That was too far. That's a lot though, right? And that's a lot to lose if the bugs come, so I know that there's a lot of oil out here. I wonder what the plan is. Good, because there's loads of them. There are so many more. But yeah, the north are slightly riddled with bugs. Now this outpost has been abandoned, so they'll rip this up, but it doesn't really change the state of the nation. What worries me is, yeah, you've put a hole in your wall. We've all seen Star Wars, and if you haven't, spoiler alert, if you leave a hole in this massive building, somebody will fire a fucking torpedo through it. You know, we've all seen that. So don't do that. Don't be that one guy that has an air vent that leads directly to the nuclear reactor. Close this up. Close it up. But they are getting their defenses down and they're putting their pipes down too, as well as threading through some light oil, which does more damage than crude oil. You do. Oh no, soldier went down. They've broken in. And they're taking turrets down. So this is an expensive loss. Losing flamer turrets are actually kind of a big deal. Because they take a while to make, and because they've got like a bit of a range that you need to be within before they set off, they will eat through this until somebody comes. And I would be screaming at somebody here to just get up there and throw a grenade. Here we go, we've got somebody. Now again, whatever gun he's got, and I'm assuming it's a pistol, is not going to be enough. So he will be going down soon. Gallant effort, but they still exist inside the base. And again, this hole still exists. So yeah, slight error there, but I don't believe it's GG. I'd be organising a couple of people, bring some wolves, bring some flamers. And again, we can see, yeah, the very side of their base is open for, I'm not exactly sure why. Let's take a look at the outposts as we see a marauding wave now coming close. What people tend to do to have the bugs gravitate towards them is have these kind of radar military buildings. They kind of like lock onto those first. And a radar is a great way of bringing like a wave in, focusing them onto here rather than, you know, the back here or maybe even power. But yeah, not too bad. Claws. Oh, these guys are close to robots. That's a good look. That's fast. We're an hour and this is quick. This could be one of the fastest games we have. Remember, there are 5 games this month. 5. They all happen on a Saturday, unless there's another event on. We try and like thread these Factorio events together so everyone can play everything. But yeah, I'm going to be here every week doing this, as I have done for the last year now, with the occasional break. We see another death. These bugs really are doing a lot of damage for how weak they are at the moment. Like, you can just melee this guy, come on, boom, there you go, done. Is what I'm doing good? Well, it's all subjective. Oh yeah, there you go. So you've even got your filter. That's good, yeah. You're filtering out the iron, and the iron can go somewhere else. And then you've got a stone filter. Yeah, that's good. It may jam up, but that's natural for these things. All you've got to do really is put some coal in these things, and then it will... Oh, and some water, obviously. You need a pump and then some pipes. Oh, it attacks at your ping. Oh, man. I need to bring you in as a co-caster, mate, because I'm missing some stuff. It's Christy's very, very new to Factorio, so I don't want to say I'm coaching or helping, but it's just like, you know, that stuff that would frustrate you if you didn't know. And this is not great. North are... I thought they had some threat farmers, but it appears to me like the threat is getting to them. 38, 39%, it is kind of that uncomfortable amount. But then do you divert your research into like defenders, or do you just say good luck, guys? Because Space Dog can rebuild this. And with 1,000, it absolutely can rebuild this because he's got flying frames. Even if you just produce flying frames for like yellow signs, I can indeed. Yeah, let me bring that up real quick. What I'd love to have, and I don't know how I code this, I'd love to have like a little thing where if you were to press like !psi or something like this, then like you would see, I don't know, like a weird something pop up that's like simplistic. I'm just spitballing here, but like imagine if you do that and then this just came up like on your screen, or if it threw the numbers up into chat, for instance, that'd be kind of cool. But yes, it's looking pretty. It's basically military south to north, and then north to south it's just been pure green. And I think the military is winning, I'm going to be honest. Okay, having a bit of a discussion. But yeah, so far so good. We're on track for rockets for sure. And neither team are making particularly egregious errors. Yes. These things are things I will be doing this week. All these exclamation mark stuff, the links. I'm also going to make an explainer video. So I got some feedback on Discord about one of the streams where I'm effectively talking to everybody that knows the game, and there's some new viewers in that aren't sure. And so what they said is that you need to kind of try and explain it to somebody who's never seen it before, but also that doesn't know the game itself. So we all play this game, we know this, we're active members of the community. Off the back of the 1v1 tournaments, as well as the streams here, more people are exposed to this, and so I can't keep assuming that because you're watching or the viewership is what it is, that everybody here knows what's going on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do one of these, like new or beginner, or I think new is probably best. And that's going to send a link to a video that I'm going to make explaining the very simple concepts of what this is, and then have a few of them. So over the course of a year, make like 5 or 6, and then you can explain sending. So like !send would then throw up a video about what sending is and why we do it. And I'm talking like a 2-minute, very simple, not going into a lot of detail, but just if you're interested, have a look at this. Rather than me go through it every time somebody new comes in. It's not that I don't want to, but it might be easier for them to head off to YouTube, watch a video that goes, right, that's why they're not sending the red signs, because it doesn't do anything after 2 hours or 3 hours. It's pointless. We just use it for research. Or why is this guy over here building military science? Right, not anymore, obviously, but they have an idea that can wobble the north, so they've just built this out here, and also they're threat farming. And I think they're having like 4 or 5 of them. So what I was going to go for was !new, and that just explains the game mode. Then like !science, which explains like throwing and why science is important. And then like !outpost. I don't know how far we take it, but ideas to do a wider educational video setup off the back of that is something that I think I can do. If they go down well and people learn from them, or if it helps explain stuff in that kind of compact way, then why not? All right, power is, once it's plugged into some water, good to go up here on the south. Is that music dead? Is there more music? Oh, there is more music. Oh, I found out how to play copyrighted stuff as well, which is interesting, because I thought you'd get absolutely sued to fuck. I thought you'd get banned and sued and fucking lawsuits. You can actually play copyright music on streams. I didn't know this. I mean, I'd seen it been done before, but I just assumed people had either bought a license to do it, or they had permission to play certain things. And it turns out... Do you know what, Christy? I quite like this. This is not as spaghetti as I thought it would have been. But it is jammed up a little bit, though. And the reason it's jammed up is that you've got nowhere for the residual ores to go just yet. So you could stick them in boxes, or you could put them in their own smelters, depending on what you want to do. But you'll figure it out, mate, and that's the fun of this game. I don't have to tell you, you can come up with solutions on your own. Trying to run 120 boilers with... Yeah, I know. It's a large setup, but that's no bueno. And then you're splitting one of the belts as well. So when this turns on and actually like switches itself on, yeah, we're gonna have a bad time. Oh god, have you guys you've seen Neuro's smelter setup, right? His power setup. It's unreal, mate. It's the ugliest thing I think I've ever seen. I love Neuro. Neuro's an absolute legend. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be here doing this. He's the one that... Yeah, you are doing good, mate. I'm not going to tell you what you're doing right and wrong, but this is fine. But what you are at the moment is backed up. So if you can see, there's no stones coming through. So the belts which are stopped need to go somewhere. So either you can, I don't know, put the ore in a box, or find a way to move it around so that stone can come through. But you'll work on that. You'll figure that one out. It's quite fun seeing the game through the eyes of a new person. Not noob as in terrible noob, but like someone who's genuinely not done this before. I remember being new. It was about 5 seconds into my first game, and then I just figured it out and became an absolute legend. And remember to always stay humble, obviously. There's one thing that's less legendary about being a legend. It's not being humble enough. So we can all take a lesson on how humble we all are. And yeah, let's take a look. Oh, prod mods. Okay, I like this. Prod ones into the science labs. Yeah, I don't hate that. I actually don't hate that. All right, the South are moving towards power, more bots, advanced electronics, and LDS, which you need to build rockets with, as well as other stuff too. Meanwhile, in the North, you've had a slight player drop, but that's because not everybody stays for all of the game, and some people will kind of come and go as the game goes on. And 28 on a team is absolutely amazing, so that's not a bad thing at all. They are working their way towards purple signs, LDS again, and again, advanced electronics, concrete, and weapon shooting speed 1. So we're at kind of similar points here, both sides. I wouldn't say either team has an advantage. I like the South more, but not by much. The North have got a handle on their defense as well. So yeah, down the line, this will be fleshed out and you'll have all of the flamers you want. And I'm sure that down the line, we're going to be looking at some bots coming through as well. Trying to find something that I don't like. No, it's all kind of up and running. You know, they've got about 500 bots in main. They'll expand that bot network as we go. So just main on main. Main on main. North main versus South main. I don't hate it. What are we missing here? Oh, red insert. Literally red insert. Oh dear. And then a little ammo belt. Okay. Alright. It's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, it's not great, but it's not the worst in the world. I know 90-degree angles, for anybody new that's watching, are a little bit of a weak spot for most defenses. You want to have as least amount of corners as you possibly can, and that normally means two shoulders to your base. So as I pull out my high-tech analysis tools here, and we might be lucky enough to catch a wave crashing in on a corner here. The reason is that, you know, angular lines in a game like this don't go down particularly well. But it could be the reason why the South have put more flamers down here, is that these outer areas here are difficult to defend because everything looks forward or to the left or to the right. There is no this angle in this game. I mean, we've all seen the memes of those wiggly belt smelters, right? People have tried. But yeah, this is the way that your defenses work. And until you get laser towers, which can shoot this direction, you need to protect those shoulders to your base at all times. They get chipped away very quickly. Again, once you chip away at one corner, they'll just dig in and start like basically kind of they'll break in, kill anything that's kind of in front of them, and then secondary waves will widen that hole so that there's a larger area for more bugs to run into. So yeah, we don't like them, and I think that when we get to the end of the game or near the end of the game, a corner will be one of the things that goes first, unless there's an area which just has no defense, like here, for instance, where they just walk in, you know. And later on, obviously, they'll put walls down here, but you can't wait too long, otherwise you'll wish you had it sooner. Which is why we have the Wall Lord. Is that a thing? Not Warlord. There we go. If I can get my teeth out, but Wall Lord. Learning how to make walls. Let's check in on the big outposts. Huge. There we go. Bots. Love to see it. 255 bots on south. These huge smelting structures. These building structures here behind really large smelters with an enormous amount of resources going in the background. They will create late game parts that will build rockets, and in the north we'll see exactly the same. Here we go. And we're already seeing it spit some of those items out. Now again, at the moment, they're only really producing red chips and production 1 modules, but later on down the line, you'll see them produce blue chips as well as LDS and speed ones. Oh, Fraggle, you're speaking my language. You are speaking my language. As a defensive player, as the Minister of Defense, that's my nickname in the game. Given to me by me, obviously. Ooh. Anyone there to defend that? Oh, boys, you've got to get on that. You've got to get on that. If they start ripping up bits, we don't care about this. I would care. I'd care heavily about this. Hello? They're knocking on your door. They're stealing the garden gnome. There we go. Cogs on it. And Plumcat sees it too. Yeah, dangerous, man. Sideswipes. It doesn't matter if you lose a belt or two, but if you were to lose, for instance, like battery production or, killing pipes is one of the worst ones. Losing fluid is, an absolute wounder. So yeah, going back to your point, Defraggle, I absolutely agree. As a defensive player, it can get quite samey. Threat farming wins games for sure. And that's why they've got somebody who, even now at this point in the game, is still threat farming. It works. Well, it will when he gets more defenders out. But that said, you don't have a lot of options. I'd love a shotgun turret, a close range, widespread turret, or what's the one from Bob's? It's like a frozen. It like throws out like a frozen ball that just floats through and slows. And that'd be so cool. I'd love to see that. Although I'm going to be honest, and I'm not sponsored by them, and I'm not being paid to say this. If you guys have had a chance to play Helldivers, holy shit, how good is that game? Genuine, I like threat farming in that game. I mean, that's all you do is threat farm in that game. I feel like it was made for me. Calling in massive airstrikes, payloads, and it's so good. Yeah, I've been loving that. For the limited amount of time I've been able to play because I couldn't get on. That game has been an absolute banger for me. And also, what was that game? Oh, mate, Pacific Drive. Genuine. Have a look at Pacific Drive. I've played a little bit of it. I'm fucking terrified of it. It's really good. What was the last thing I did? I had to drive into an anomaly in the middle of some Midwestern American abandoned town. There's some kind of Stranger Things vibes going on, things teleporting and floating, and yeah, I bricked it. But the upgrade tree, the tech tree is really good. The way that the game feels when you're actually in the game. I played with headphones on the other day, and the audio mix, genuine. I really enjoyed it. It's weird how we've had loads of shit games get produced and released by these AAA titles that want £60 to £70, which is close to $100 for a game that's absolute wank and broken on release. And then all of a sudden these AA games come out, as well as Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know if you guys are into that, but fucking hell, what a good game. They're absolutely killing it, mate. And for $25, $30, 100% I'd buy that game over a broken, buggy AAA with too much hype. This is going to be the COD killer, and then it's dead after a couple months. This is going to be the thing that rivals Tarkov. Yeah, dead. But I am taking... I mean, if any of you guys are playing anything I don't know about, please send me a link, send me a name. A friend of mine's trying to get me to play Outer Wilds because apparently that story is just incredible, and I'm down. It's a fucking awesome game. I've never heard of it, and I probably should have, because it's won loads of awards and it's like a kind of a big deal. But just been out the loop for a little bit on that stuff. So any recommendations? Feel free to chuck them in. Meanwhile, whilst I sidetrack somewhat from what is a very good game so far of Fighter Battles, numbers aren't even really dwindling, but I believe the North have lost a few people, probably because it's dinner time, and I'm sure they'll come back in about an hour. But I believe at the height we had 33 on 32. 65 people playing together. Well, not together really, I mean against each other, but you know what I mean. In a competitive, friendly way, trying to beat each other up. Like sparring in boxing. You don't want to knock them out, you just want to rough them up a bit. This outpost is not having fun though. Cognitive is having to drive around on belts to meet the waves. Yeah, I don't know what you do about this. You've just got to kind of, set some radars up and hope for the best. I mean, they've got bots, so things that go down can be replaced. There's not a problem there. But yeah, generally speaking, like the last thing you want to do is have a wave smash into this and kill off all of these chests. Terrible. You don't want that to happen. And the way you do that is you need to create some level of protection. And the way that you do that is you need to build some kind of defense. So you can imagine down the line we're going to see, hopefully, the production of lasers and maybe even flame turrets up there. I don't know if they do. Right, time to check in on our resident newbie, the Wall Lord. He's making bricks and iron plates and copper plates as well. Fair play. It's got a little bit of coal coming in. You love to see it. And we're getting there, We're getting there. It's a very heavy iron build, but that's only because the line hasn't been filtered through just yet. And again, you need all the coal you could possibly want for power, which is looking relatively stable. They're nice. Good job, dude. Very nice. Oh no. That sucks, man. There's more people though. I mean, I don't know if you were there at the height zone. Welcome. Obviously, I hope you're having a good weekend. Apart from not being able to play. 33 on 32 at one point. I think that's like the largest game we've had for a long time. So, yeah, I mean, you were part of it. Space Dogs, yeah. They had no luck. And it got run over so fast as well. I mean, it was literally like here today, gone tomorrow. Vortex had the same up here, I think, with this. I think this was their defensive outpost. Grenades, walls, yeah. I mean, that's the risk you take, though, right? You build on the outside, and you know that there's nothing coming for you if it all goes wrong. You're going to literally, be stuck out there. So, I guess that's a really good way to look at it, though. Positive mental attitude. You've gotten your team to the point where they now have lots of help. So, yeah, honestly, I don't see a clear winner or loser at the moment. No one team is making a really, terrible effort or getting it wrong. This is a lot of time lost, but it was just green spam, right? And I love that emoji. I will change my emojis over time because you can do different tiers and subs and stuff. But yeah, I'm just a fan. Yeah, that's kind of time lost, isn't it? But yeah, I don't hate either side. I mean, ultimately, if I had to rate the outposts, hey, there we go. I believe Neuro, Whisper, Friendly, and Lower Dark. I think they might just have the drop on the North. But it's tight though, and we're not talking about they're going to have 10 rockets when the North start building their second or third. I think they might just squeak ahead, and that really is dictated around kind of research as to where they are in the research queue, and we'll go into that in a little bit. But yeah, these are finally switching on. We have speed ones being made, blue chips too, some iron on the line. Okay, Fair enough. And some LDS are going to be being produced. So everything that you could possibly want for the end of the game is being made now in these huge stacks. And you can see now they're being blueprinted across the map. They are incredibly hungry. Oh, but these guys have got Ness up here as well. Okay. Let me take a... So now it's the Battle of the Outpost, right? I think main... If I had to give it to either the north or the south... Yeah, you're right. It's for me, it's dead even, right? No one team has the advantage, so I'm just gonna go like tick for main. Those terrible ticks. For north and south, look at the players that we've got up here. So does an outpost of Just Bob Whisper, Loduck, Neuro Friendly Fire beat an outpost of Cog, Plump, Fordecker, Cog, and Ness? Oh, that's a great matchup, isn't it? And it's kind of equal on the numbers as well. So it's not like one team has like 5 extra people to... But the North are dealing with this though more. They're having to put up with a lot more raids from the bugs. The South, I don't believe, and I might be wrong about this, but... The East. We've got some bugs. We have some lasers up. Very nice. And we have White Lol, who I don't really understand what White Lol's out here to do. I'm going to be honest. There's some big brain play going on here that I'm too small brain at the moment to understand. It's probably going to be something to do with lasers, right? Ah, right. Yeah, I mean, they're just getting hammered. And I believe it's because they're not sending science anymore. They haven't spammed science on North for a while. Well, neither side really have spammed, because both the outposts have gone down, but yeah, they're just, they're not really hitting their targets at the moment. And again, Ness has just put all of this down, and the bugs are just raiding it. So both teams have rocket outposts, both teams have laser outposts. So this has got to be all about... I say got to. This surely is now more about research and how fast they can get to the silo itself and to satellite. Let me check. Let me see where we're at. If I remember correctly, I didn't see yellow in labs, and I didn't see purple, although they might have begun to build beginnings of yellow-purple. This is normally where teams slip up. Here we go. So I believe this will be our purple on the right, yellow on the left. And that'll feed into labs. Lovely. Let's look up north. And are they outlining it at all? We've got LDS production. Yeah, kind of. It'll be here somewhere, I guess. But good though, because normally we get to this point and one team will drop the ball. And because there's lots of research to be done in the Blue Mill side of life, people get caught up a little bit. But nothing out of the ordinary here. We need all of these technologies. Maybe not Fluid Wagon, but that's whatever. Meanwhile, up north, let's take a look. Large player base number. Yeah, I've just noticed that. 22 now on the north. I wonder why that is. Again, this is prime time for dinner. Well, at least, you know, my part of the world, 6, 7 o'clock. So we might get people back. And as I said earlier on, hopefully those bots do add a little bit of value for the north. But yeah, that's a lot of bodies that you're missing. And I do hope that they do regain. Well, it looks like some people are catching up, so maybe these are northern players that might have been dropped. So yeah, research is key now. Not overusing the bots as well. There are people that will spam a ton of like blueprints down, and then all of a sudden when you need your bots to defend, they don't. So crafting speed. 1 second. Sorry, mate. Rascal wants to do anything. Yeah, crafting speed is how fast a building will build the item. I don't think you can increase player crafting speed. It takes as long as it takes to make those individual. Yeah, no worries, mate. Let's see how it's getting on. All right, we're boxing bricks. Very nice. We're boxing 1,000 metal plates. Nice. And apparently this guy that joined can't come in. Fair enough. I'm not going to take it personally. Right, let's have something to drink real quick. So yeah, that's a significant gap now. But you know, people could be eating. Not everybody is always super duper productive as well. So Button's going in with a train play here, okay. And you love to see it. Red boxes with walls, and they will go all the way across the base, feeding the bot network down the line. And again, we talked about having a large base. I mean, I think we can all agree these bases are quite spread out. So instead of a bot making a run, say, you know, to drop a wall off from here to here, by having that red box, and hopefully obviously a roboport down with it, they have to make a journey that is this far to replace a wall, compared to one from the center of the base, all the way out here. I'm going to pick the tone up a little bit. The music's been good so far, but let's put on something a little bit more funky. Let's put on something a little bit more high tempo. No copyrights. Okay, but it looks like copyrighted music. I don't want to get done for. That also looks like copyright music. What the fuck?
The way you eat a
all right, this should work. I hope. Maybe it won't. But yeah, abusing the bot network is definitely something we see happen in most games where people will overuse them. And yeah, what you really need to do is prioritize what they need to do. So spread your bot network out. Get them dropping off these extra flame turrets. You definitely need them. Get them thickening the wall. That's a must. And then down the line, you can increase how useful they are to you by, you know, sticking down laser blueprints and all that jazz. Right, let's get rid of that. That music's back on. Ooh, yeah, I saw this earlier. I didn't know if they had the centrifuges up. They do. That's huge. Neura's a bit of a ledge. I'm not gonna lie. You know, there was a time where I thought he had kind of lost it, and I don't mean lost it like mentally, but like he was building. How do I say this without being insulting? Some of the builds were a bit fruity, and they didn't really make a lot of sense. That's big. Oh mate, I'd hate to be up here right now. They're trying to progress the base, but they're also dealing with these kind of marauding waves coming in. And yeah, this is not a fun thing to deal with. They'll be able to rebuff them to repel them back. But, you know, losing this is stuff that you already had down. Fire's in game, I think. I may be wrong. Oh, it's friendly fire that's in the game, not fire 3231. Yeah, these waves are pretty horrendous. Wood Echo with a couple of capsules, you love to see it, and then just shotgunning them down. Obviously, your poison capsule is your best way to combat these guys. It just DPSs an entire wave, and you can stack them as well. Obviously, that's the kind of stacking we like. There are more bugs to deal with. Finally, we see some upgraded laser towers go down. This is what we want to see. There we go. Passive defense. Set and forget. Stick it down. Chill out. Oh, who won the F1, by the way? It's definitely Max Verstappen, right? I saw the first couple of laps of that. And then I saw Charles Leclerc get overtaken by... I'm going to be honest, though. I might be like... I don't want to be like that guy, but I turn Crofty off. I can't hear him, man. Like, that's not my kind of commentator. Yeah. But yeah, I want to say Verstappen won it, right? And then whoever comes second, I want to say like Verstappen, Perez, Carlos Sainz. I only saw the first 10. I only saw the first 10 laps. And obviously Lance Stroll decided to crash into somebody in the first couple of corners because, yeah, why not? Castry got 8th. Results, here we go. No way! No way. Leclerc came second. Russell came third? No. That's not from today, is it? No, that's not from today. Fuck off. That's fucking... Here we go. Here's the live stats. Yeah, just how I thought. Verstappen, Perez, Carlos Sainz. Man, it's such a shame. I know you guys probably don't watch a lot of Formula 1, so I'm not going to kind of like... Yeah, I'm not going to go too long on it, but it's weird how they're getting rid of Sainz for Lewis Hamilton. They're not using red belts, and I feel aggrieved. Yeah, like Sainz is a good driver, man. I don't know. I know that obviously Perez's future with Red Bull keeps being thrown into question. When your teammate is Max Verstappen, not really going to get much of a shout, are you? You know, you're just going to get thrown to the wolves if you're just not as good as the guy who's really good. But yeah, the fact that Carlos Sainz is going to be leaving Ferrari for Hamilton. Now, there were rumours of an Audi team. I think it was Audi. That were going to snap him up. But where'd you go? It's not to Williams. Yeah, mate. Do you know what I'd do? I'd stick him in that McLaren. I'd stick him in McLaren with Alonso and I'd get rid of Stroll. Now, obviously, I'm going to get cancelled for that. I don't think Stroll's like a world champion. I'm going to be honest. Now, don't get me wrong. His dad owns the team. He gets to stay there as long as he wants. If you want to be ruthless about it, he doesn't perform that well in a car that's very, very good. Now again, I'm not a long-term Formula 1 fan, but I've seen like Carlos Sainz driving is actually pretty good, and if he needs to be in something, it doesn't have to be like a Ferrari. It could also be something like a McLaren. Boot Stroll out, give him some exec role, like he's going to run, I don't know, the clown department. You know, you get to hire the circus every week. Well done, mate. Have £1 million a day or whatever you want to pay yourself, and then get an actual racer in an actual racing car. Because let's be honest, mate. Do you know who I fucking can't stand, mate? I've only just found out about this guy because I'm not new because of DTS. I'm new because rugby was my main sport. So this time of year, Six Nations, obviously, World Cup lamentations again, obviously. Fucking Nikita Mazepin was useless, mate. And I've seen some of he used to like try and literally try and kill people on the track, like running them into walls and stuff. There's no way that's legal. There's not a chance in hell you're allowed to do that. Defensively, like back somebody into it or like force somebody into a wall. It's just the worst kind of excess. And always crashing and falling out with people, and I don't know, man. Like if you have a montage on YouTube about how much of a dick you are, Go Tiffy, yeah, I love that guy. He's studying business now, though, to be fair to him. But yeah, I'm new to all the law, all the history of it, and that guy just seemed like a flat-out cunt. Like, I'm straight up, like, the FIA should have kicked him out. I know that they were bringing a lot of money in from Russia, Ukrali, or whatever the team was, but fucking hell. You're trying to kill some of the best drivers in the world because you're not very good at driving? Yeah, stop driving, pal. Or take up something else. But yeah, I love it though. I love it. And I'm going to watch this year as well. Like, I'm going to try and follow it and pick a driver out. Weirdly, like, I like Verstappen, but I'm not like a huge Verstappen fan. Like, he just wins everything. He's really, really good, so fair enough. But, I don't know. I kind of like Lando Norris. Not just because he's English, but I like the personality of the guy. Seems pretty humble, like me. Seems like he's a bit of a future legend. And coming from a current legend, you know, I think I see bits of Lando Norris in myself, you know. Future world champion of everything. And here we go. The egregiously large nuclear reactor build that Neuro likes to make. That boggles my mind every time that he does. But somehow it works. We have rows and rows and rows of boilers, or heat exchangers, sorry, with heat pipes, going into enormous fake power, moving into the turbines. So, yeah, when that switches on, we'll take a look. I don't know. Yeah, it's a monster. Lando logs. Yeah, they're really into like the behind the scenes stuff, aren't they? Like showing it off. You get some sports that are like super duper cagey, and they're like, you know, we can't get people into the changing room because, you know, then people start learning about what we do. And I'm like, nah, man, show people what you do. It's impressive, genuine. Like it's actually really impressive. You know, you should be proud of it. And also, it makes for good content. So yeah, I'm a big fan. So yeah, a Norris fan. I like Valtteri Bottas, man. I just like the guy's energy. He has a fucking mullet. he's a Formula One driver that gets paid millions and millions of dollars every year, and the guy has the shittiest haircut just to take the piss. If I was like that, I'd 100% do that. He goes bike riding in Australia on holiday rather than to like Ibiza and stuff. Like, I'll get behind that, definitely. This is the kind of guy you want to have a beer with. Yeah, he's done a... Yeah, I heard about this. I saw a meme on Formula Dank. He's got like a nude calendar of himself. And I just love that because I reckon there's so many people that take themselves really seriously. Like, I feel like if you were to hang around Lewis Hamilton, you'd... dear. I know what you said there. I know that obviously, but that word, the K at the front, is an offensive term. I do know what you mean, though. I know what you mean. Like, not that word. So I haven't blocked you. I just blocked that one saying, sorry, mate. And down the line, I can get an auto mod that I can install to help me out. But, that's all right, mate. That's all right. I know what you mean. I got you back. So yeah, I feel like Bottas is just kind of guy that like you'd bump into in a bar somewhere, and he'd be like super duper famous, and he wouldn't tell you, you know. And not because he's like big time, but he just wouldn't care that you care. I've got a big time for that. People that are like full of themselves, not a chance. Yeah. Like, back yourself, have some confidence, but don't be that arrogant asshole that's like, do you know who I am? Do you know how good I am? I race racing cars. Well done, mate. Going off on a tangent here. I'm loving it though. I'm loving it. It's different, isn't it? Same as cricket, mate. Weirdly, I got into cricket over the. Yeah, it is, mate. Who is it? The Iceman, Kimi Räikkönen. That guy's fucking cool. He just didn't give a shit, did he? And he was like really good. There's something to be said about being incredibly talented and really, really like. I wouldn't even say like calculated and cold about it. Just like, so what? I win races. Deal with it. Yeah, I'm not going to answer your bullshit questions, you know, and just so you can write headlines about me that aren't true. Oh, they're having another pop at this. There's no way they try and rebuild this, right? You've just got to let it die, or use it as a way to bring them in. Oh no, the new player's outpost has gone down. What was it making? A little bit of everything. Oil's been slightly hit there as well. And a pipe wall. Oh no, dear boys. This is janky. Oh, this is so janky, dude. Oh, okay. Well, they're meandering their way over to the outpost, I guess, where more mixers are going down. But do they have any level of defense here? Like, do they have any lasers being built? Is there anything out here that can stop this? Because if that little wave of bugs slams into this, I mean, you'll be able to defend it, but if they take one of these down... Okay, we've got... brilliant. So we've got some capsule production here. Excellent. You need these later on for defense. Poison obviously will slow the bugs when you throw it down on top of them. And you can equip them to your hotbar down here, like this. Poison will create a little blue circle, where if the bugs step inside of that blue circle, they take damage. And the slowdown capsules will just really put the brakes on and get them walking really super duper slow. Yeah, that's a fair point. It does take ages. I like what you got going on here, Christy. I think the big question is, are you fulfilling what you wanted to? Have you made the walls that you planned on making? If not, you can replace your miners onto just purely stone areas. Or here, you've got a stone patch just up here. If all you want to do is make walls, then you can just stick loads of stuff down on here. And then you don't have to worry about the mix patch. You can just bricks going into an assembly machine. But Adrian's right. Take it step by step, mate. It's a learning process. And every single person in this lobby... So Christy's come out Don't worry, mate. Factorio does that to you. It does that to your brain. Serious. You're going to start double guessing yourself on everything. So yeah, effectively you can take this coal and this stone and then just have a smelting line like they have in the main base. Maybe not as big. You don't need anything like this size, but something that's like half. You know, like this, for instance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like 10 smelters in total. Perfect, you know? And that'll get you building walls. The main base has them, but if you can provide loads more, then you're winning, aren't you? You know? You want to have a few thousand at your disposal at any given time, because you're going to need to replace them. That is over here, right? Laser outpost, missing output inserters. Ooh. That is a spot and a half. And so there, one's not on. Is he working? Oh, he's still plugging stuff in. But yeah, Wounder, mate. You could have had a few. Like a handful of lasers in a box by now. If he fixes it in the next 30 seconds, he's definitely stream sniping. Where's he gone? Ah, so he's running. What he's doing is running away to pretend like he's not going to see it. And then Dr. Claw in the next 20 seconds is going to fix this. But yeah, it's fine. Stuff's turning on, but yeah, I know what you mean. Exactly the same thing will happen here too. So you're not going to get the thing that you want to get. Right. I haven't checked in on player numbers yet. We're down to 21 on North and 28. 20 players, to be fair, is a good number. It's like a weekly number that we get anyway. So the fact that we've gone up to 30 today, even for a few hours, is, yeah, it's a good look. It's a good look for sure. So the main focus of our middle to the end of the game, yes, and to see if it's the stuff that it needs is inside of it and not on a belt, then there's something missing there, something quite important. Right. So the main thrust of the end game is going to happen in either this area or to the south, this area here, and that's because these very experienced players have come out here from the beginning of the game. And they've created an outpost that does a very specific thing. It builds rockets, it builds parts for the rockets themselves, and then it launches rockets to get the highest tier of science in order to win the game. That's horrendous. So, yeah, you love to see it. And they do have a lot of stuff. So lots of blue chips. They need a few more prod ones, but that'll happen over time. I mean, you can see here now, there's a lot of items flooding in. And there's a repair pack in a bot. There's always one. Oh dear. Every week. Literally every week. One of the 5 horsemen of the Bite Battles Apocalypse is packers, repair packers. But yeah, we can see now kind of more of these production kind of buildings go down these long columns. And before you know it, we should be seeing, check in on the research real quick. Yeah, here we go. Rocket control units, the end of the modules, and the beginning of our silo research. So we're certainly not near the end of the game, but when the game gets to that point, we're nearing completion of one side being in control. The moment a rocket goes up and down, every single player on the map is on notice, because at any given time, white signs can be thrown against the other team. So yeah, it's an interesting one. Let me in, okay? There we go. Now, you might notice I'm throwing a few players up north. That's only really to just chip into this number. So when it gets closer to being even, the south will get players as well. I'm certainly not trying to influence the game so that one team has loads of people and the other team don't, but I think it's only fair that we try and keep things kind of on a level here. As we see this outpost get absolutely dumpstered. Right, I'm just going to stretch real quick. Give me a second. Right, awesome. I needed that. Aha, yes. Snipers. Do we add them in? Should we make an extra horseman of the Might of Battles Apocalypse? Stackers, stealers, stallers, packers, gridders. Snipers? Is that a thing? Sniping. It's not illegal. And to be fair, a lot of these guys, because they're only looking at their build, they will eventually find this stuff. But there was one last week, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago, which was absolutely obvious. There was like one belt that was like turned up or disconnected. And the moment that we pointed it out, somebody ran up there and went, "Oh, here we go." And it was in a really weird place where you wouldn't normally spot it. Like an area like this that you'd normally not be cruising over. And yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'd like to think that they're stealing, they're sniping, but the chances are they're just on the ball. And at this point in the game, it's easy for you to kind of lose your thread of concentration. Now this I like to see. This is lovely amounts of research. Let's dive right in to see what we're doing with that. And we're only a few research levels away. So a rocket silo on the north, as well as on the south, are aiming, here we go, all 6 sciences in all of the labs. This has been very fast. I just want to put that out there, guys. This has been a very, very fast game. It took about 10 minutes to set the teams up. So we're not really at 2 hours and 17. We're about 2 hours and 10, 2 hours and 7. So just on the plus 2 hour point, we're hitting rocket silo research. And what I wanted to do, all right, what do you guys think of an idea for this, right? I was talking about this too. It might have been Dradian, actually. Oh, the nuke's starting. Awesome. Right. As the nuke starts up, I'm going to kind of... I want to give you guys an idea and you can give me an opinion on it. I wanted to have, in the corner of my stream, like a little box that I can kind of hide and bring up. And effectively, what would be in this box are like different split timings. So like one for red science, green science, mill, blue, you name it, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't really matter what these things are. And then over the course of the game, we fill this bingo card out. So the north hit red signs first at, 12 minutes in. And then the south hit it at 15. And then, all right, so down here is like robots, right? So the north team built the first robot at 1 hour and 10 minutes, whereas the south built theirs at 1 hour and 20 minutes. And you get to see who's far away from each other. So I was going to do that for next week, have a little bingo card. And then we can kind of all try and agree on things that we put in there, stuff that we want to track. And then we just track it. And we try and tell a story of the game that way. Yeah, like a speedrunner's card. But not super duper into like splits and stuff. But just like, all right, nuke, for instance. So at the exact time that a nuke was turned on and fully up and running. So like one generator at 999 degrees. And then, all right, that was at, 2 hours and 25. And then over the course of like multiple weeks, we'll be able to find out what game had the fastest bot production, what game had the fastest nuke production. And these would all have to be relatively significant stuff. So you could say like first, laser turrets or the first to build a silo. And then just literally go through the different games over time. And Julian's asking, awesome. Got a couple of people coming in, nice. Now I've given first pick to the south. I still got to give it to the soldier man, sorry. He's sitting with 22 people, he needs 2 or 3 bodies more. So I don't want to influence too much, but I think that's fair. Unless he doesn't want to play with these players. Hello, Token. Have you been diving into hell and back? Because I played against the robots, mate, and they absolutely clapped me, mate. It was horrible. You are correct. Yes, Fraggle. There is a log of everybody doing everything effectively. I kind of wanted to just eyeball it. It would help me flow through the different areas of the game. And here we go. Yeah, we talked about this earlier on, didn't we? This is nowhere near enough coal to fuel an actual. Yeah, that's bold. Mate, the robot mission's actually scary. Like, they're coming for me, and they're dropping people off, and then they're dropping, like, walkers from Star Wars and stuff. Genuinely loving that game. There's just something about it. Like, I was saying this earlier on, mate, and maybe you could probably chip in on this, but I was talking earlier on about there being... oh, dear, that's what this is. They're barreling sulfuric? For this? I feel like Dr. Buttons just gets really bored and like creates his own side quests. You could pipe that, mate. I'm almost certain. Or you could nick some from over here. Yeah, like AAA games, mate, super duper letdown. Then you look at these AA titles like Helldivers and for me Pacific Drive, and I'm like, mate, 20 quid for that game, or 25 quid for that game. Yes, it's definitely worth that money for the amount of enjoyment that you get out of playing it. And it's like a game that's made by gamers for people who play games. I mean, I don't know if you know this, but they've got one guy who's like the dungeon master. Ooh, okay. I didn't know that. Interesting, sir. I agree with you that it's very expensive. I've always just piped stuff. I'm a pipe kind of guy. But yeah, it makes sense. I mean, and you're only using what you need for it, I guess. Yeah. Interesting. Oh, you learn something new every day. Every day is a school day. But yeah, so we're like Helldivers. I like, obviously Baldur's Gate 3 was an absolute banger and that was a AAA game. But generally speaking, there hasn't been anything that's been really stand out. For me, I'm sure there have been, you know, the newest NBA 2K or FIFA or, I don't know, that kind of thing. But yeah, I'm just loving it, man. There's so many good things out there at the moment. It's things to be actually happy about to play. Yeah, this has got no water. How? Is he mixing pipes? How is this full and this not? Yeah, mate, no worries. No worries. I'm free tonight, so I might get onto some Helldivers. I normally take a bit of a break after this just to de-stress and get some food on, and then I might jump in because I need to get to level 15, I think it is. You can unlock like a fucking lightning tower, like a Tesla tower. Oh, mate, I'm down for a Tesla tower, 100%. So yeah, I might need to dive into hell and back. I was actually going to stream it a while ago and kind of put it as threat farming IRL, and then I realized I'm terrible at the game and nobody wants to watch that. Like, I just have, if I'm not dying to my own things, my own mortar tower mortaring me, I'm then dying to my teammates blowing me up. I mean, I like it. It's just an interesting build, isn't it? You know, normally we see one lone stranger run out, or an outpost will, like for instance here with Neuro, kind of get this done, but I don't hate it. Simultus with a ping. Let's take a look. Okay. And we must be flying down the research tree at the moment for both teams. Yeah, that. Silos on the cards, beacons are on the cards, you know, everything that's like standard issue. Damage for our lasers as well. And yeah, we're not far away. I'm excited. We might be witnessing like a bit of a groundbreaking game here. Have we seen sub 3-hour rockets before? I know there's like a world record for how the fastest rocket, etc., but the fastest one I've seen hasn't been sub 3, I don't think. I think it's just over 3. Yeah, good shout. Yeah. We could be on. They've still got a lot to do, but they are working on things like, you know, your satellite parts, which are obviously quite key. We're working on, obviously, RCUs. I believe somewhere they'll have rocket fuel surely being created. There we go. Boom. So yeah, they just need more bots. Meanwhile, oh dear, what, they're jammed up? This is going to be tight. This could be a really, really tight game. And I know there's a disparity in terms of player numbers at the moment, but we're not far away from like seeing a silo go down. Yeah, I think that's a good point, Prox. We're here to make a lot of them. Well, I mean, probably Carl makes a few too many. Yes. We'll do some investigations later to see if all of these things are working. The kind of conventional meme around these endgame builders they're amazing, but they're so hungry. You need to feed them almost perfectly. And again, if you have some of the lines dying out, whole stack doesn't work effectively. So, oh, we didn't say anything about outstanding. Although I understand where you might take that inference from. it's just very common to see people slap down a blueprint of 20 of these, but only have the resources to feed maybe about 5 to 10 of them correctly. And that can definitely hurt you because your bot's spending a lot of time sticking down lots of stuff that just genuinely won't get fed. Coincidentally, the South have done similar things, but I like what they've done first. They've done their smelting initially, and you can pull from lines. One is more dominant than the other, but yeah, I think generally speaking, they're doing quite well for themselves here. I mean, that's like quite a nice belt to see. And we've got some, already Prod 1 assembly machine 3s. What we haven't had a look at is the most important outpost. Let's see how Chrissy's getting on. Okay. We've got some power on. So it still needs a lot more coal, but it's coming through now. You can see it ticking in very nicely. We've got lots of stone miners coming down as well. And we have smelting set up ready to go if and when he wants to smelt all this stuff into bricks. So yeah, good job, man. Christy is our resident new player, and he's building a wall outpost that will provide lots of these things for late game. Defensively, what do we think? I like what I see on North. I like this, if they can get it down. Oh, that genuinely should be a bannable offense. I'm not even kidding. Like, that should be a bannable offense. If they can get the bots to stick this down, this will be a good play for them. You need a more of a developed wall setup. And just whilst we're here, and whilst we're waiting for the mixed builds in main, and as well as rocket silos to be built, we have this kind of H-shaped barrier. I'll zoom in real quick. When the bugs come and fight, they want to take the path of least resistance. But typically speaking, if you have just a flat wall that goes from left and right that's flat, the bugs will run directly on top of it, and then they'll eat portions of the wall. And over time, where there's lots and lots of different waves coming through, they'll eventually break through unless you replace the wall and fix it. And that's why we have bots flying around with walls. When you introduce the bugs, who aren't that intelligent, to these H shapes, let's imagine they actually exist now and have been put down, you're providing the bugs with a bit of a puzzle to solve, right? They need to come into this environment, and some of them will turn around because they're too big, some of them will bounce into this or this. And what you begin to do is you divide what normally is quite a large wave into lots of split, fragmented groups of bugs down these kind of, I want to kind of call them murder holes. And that's effectively what they are. These little areas here are like murder holes. And what they do is they group a few bugs at any given time, and they allow your flamers and laser turrets to kind of just rain down a ton of DPS in this area without the bugs coalescing into one environment. So it's kind of an obvious principle to kind of get behind, but when you have defenses like this and you need to rely on them to work when you're not there, you need to create these little kill zones here, these little corridors that the bugs will walk down and get stuck in. And that's what these exist for, is to create a problem for them that they have to solve. It does break a little bit too. So later on, we'll see the bugs kind of hit these things, get very confused, and then suddenly like spin around, and they won't know where to go, and then they'll come out a little bit, and then they'll come back in this way. So the question is, again, it's a very good question, do they have enough bots to build it? At the moment, there are other blueprints going down. And they have sub 1k bots. So it's not ideal, like you kind of need to, and again, this blueprint, zoomed into the wrong area, this blueprint is all over their base, right? You need about 2,000, 3,000 bots to fill this in quick. And again, you're also kind of flying bots very close to these bastards, and they will down your bots over time, right? And again, if you only have 700 of them, you can't lose 10 or 15 of them to this. It could be easier if, what the hell? Does anybody know what you mean by that? Who's Jacob Rothschild? Is he kind of a big deal? Should I know about this guy? Should I go on the news? Like, hold on a second. Like, we'll watch the bugs hit this. Is somebody dead that I should know about? No, apparently not. Oh, apparently Taylor Swift pissed off the entire of Singapore. Well done, good job. I've tried, but no one bit. Alright, yeah, so if anybody knows what he's talking about there, Jacob Rothschild? Someone like old guy who owns everything. It's probably some old guy that owns everything, right? That's my bet. And this guy is dangerously close to the bugs, dangerously close. Yeah, meanwhile, the South's walls. Here we go. OMGBECVO. Oh, gee. 2036. British peer. Oh, he's English. Oh no, one of the homies bit it tonight. Of the Rothschild banking family. That name rings a bell. Is there some kind of controversy around that? Are these lizard people? I fucking don't know. Conspiracy theory. Okay, right. It's one of those. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to get political on here. Got you. Thank you for the link. Because it was a bit weird. He just said a random name in chat, and I'm like, should I know what that is? Yeah. Well, he's British. Sad to see him go. Unless he was an absolute bastard, in which case, good. Take your pick. I don't know. I mean, I'm out here trying to get sponsored by fucking Pot Noodle, man. This guy's just 5 billion net worth. Yeah, maybe he's trying to say like foul play. You know, he spoke up and the lizard people took him out. I don't fucking know. If there's any follow-up comment, we'll follow that thread. I don't want to pull on it too heavily though, because I don't want. One thing we have managed to do, and I'm quite glad about that, is we've kept things light. We've had some fun. But I don't want to be diving down conspiracy theory rabbit holes on this one. You know, the biggest conspiracy that I need to solve at the moment in my life is why I'm not currently sponsored by Pot Noodle, and how I get that to happen. I think I need to eat one on stream. Nah. Here we go. Right, who've we got coming in? Stream more. I know. I will. I've got time now, actually, to be fair. The thing is, I always wonder. I know that you guys come here for this, and I enjoy doing this, and I would do this if there was one person here. You know, and I'm massively appreciative of the people that have supported over the last couple of months, over the last actually year and a bit now. Actually, come to think of it. But what would be the other thing? So if I was to stream other stuff, because there's so many games out there that I can play like quite well, like genuine. Like, so if I played Dota, I can clown on people, mate. It wouldn't even be funny. Like, I genuinely, if you want to make people hot tubs, fuck that. Absolutely not. Void Train's a good shout. It's niche, but I like it. It's got some potential there. But yeah, I like if I stream Dotes, 2 hours 30. Only stone furnaces? Nah, come on. That's not fair, man. How did they get so fast? And then obviously Simultus is in this here now. I bet he sat there going, fucking hell, boys, this is slow. There's 25 of us. Why haven't we got at least a single rocket up? Yeah, that's wild, man. 2 hours and 30. Jesus. Alright. I'm not stalling, but there's not... Until the silo goes down, we're kind of waiting for stuff to happen. But I like what I see from the south. They're locking in the late game. And I like what I see from the north as well. Also locking in the late game, however, I think slightly over-reliant on bots. And we talk about this every week. You need more charging spots for them, let's be honest. You could slap down like 10 roboports here and solve this backup very quickly. It's dangerous being out here, isn't it? That much I agree with you for sure. It's kind of exposed, and I don't think they have a huge amount. They're all freshly drawn. We don't look down at people that use blueprints, but I think it would create a very stale environment where it's just a base in a book could be bought into a game, and then all of a sudden it's, stamped onto the map, carry on. I understand why people use them, but I kind of would prefer people to make... It takes effort to kind of remember how to do like this. It's not like rocket science, obviously. It's not brain surgery, but you need to take time out of your day to remember it or get it wrong, and then blueprint a nightmare across the map. Now, for some things, it's kind of super duper obvious. Oh no, I love MMP. I am a genuine, very, very big fan of MMP. And Kobe's a really cool guy. I was talking about this earlier on, actually. I'm going to, my next Prime sub, because you get a Prime sub every month, I'm going to give mine to Kobe, because he's trying to get to Vienna, I think, in the middle of the year. There's some kind of meetup, some convention. That's fine. I think second monitor or like a screenshot of something. I think just having like, if you just had a button here and then like that's red signs, that's blue signs, that's mills. Do you know what I mean? Like you'd literally just be, you may as well play sandbox. I think the idea for here is that you've got to kind of make it up as you go along. How do I put stone on both sides of the belt? We have a red belt enjoyer. So what you could do potentially, instead of having it come out and go right, you could have it come out and up. And then you could merge everything that's looking up together. So instead of stuff moving to the right-hand side, you could have this belt pointing up. And then you could run belts into each other, and that would create them. Because at the moment what you're doing is you're side loading onto only one side of the belt. And that's creating these... So if you were to change the angle of attack, and instead of having a double belt, and if you need reference, have a look at guys are. Let's take a look. So if you have a look over here, for instance, they've run the belts out, and then there's a mixture of these splitters that are evenly distributing the ore across each belt. So by the time everything runs into this area, and they've come out of the smelting line and down, what the hell? Kill the server. The blueprinting's kind of unreal, guys. Cool, right. So yeah, we don't mind blueprints, but when they're everywhere, they do slow everything down. I'm gonna be honest, so just so yeah, you've got all this stuff, let the bots do this stuff, right? Creating a list of 50 things to do, they still need to do them one at a time, right? So yeah, let them do their thing. And a nuke, oh, I like this. Cedric coming in with Plum Cat on the nuke. $29 stone a second. Oh, mate. Unit. It's an interesting take, but I'm not gonna hold your hand on this one. You'll figure it out for sure. And if you need reference, there's mining all over the map that you'll be able to take reference from. So you'll be able to get some inspiration from other patches that are currently mining stuff. Like this. Although this is a little bit more nuanced in the way that it's set up. Okay, we have mass spam things. We do have a lot of lasers on south, so I'm expecting down the line there to be some form of delivery because, yeah, you could feed them into the network. The way I look at it is stuff like this. He's fucking stream snipe. Oh my god, Carl, please. The only reason Carl's good is because he watches my stream. 100%. There's no way that's coincidence. What's cheating in German? Yeah, so the smelting array. I know that Enkling has like basically a set number that he sets out, and that gets his team to around about blue signs, and then they just tack on more onto the side. So for instance, like this, for more steel, or if you need a little bit more, then more will be provided. But yeah, generally speaking, there is kind of like an eyeball number that people go for, and I think the reason why people come back to this is it's quite dynamic. Obviously, hey, let's take a look. Solution time. Nobody say anything. Well done, Christy. That's good. That's good enough. That's good enough, mate. Good job. So right, the mixed builds are slowly but surely coming in. We have a blueprinted rocket silo. How did it get here? Stop the Atom server. What? What's the issue? We're not stopping this server. Does he want us to pause? Is Draydrian even playing the game? He's in the game, right? Am I missing something here? I mean, you can DM Neuro, but like... Oh, God. Hey man, way above my pay grade there. I did notice it was kind of slightly janky, slightly jumpy. But again, is it something we can fix right now? Or is it because the game is up and running, there's just no way of making any changes? Sometimes you just got to go with what you got. I do agree, it does feel like things are slow. And we are running at at speed 1. But again, I said this at the beginning of the stream, and I do mean it. Like, Neuro used to have Ragnarok to help him out in the background, and he's currently, I think, at the moment, on his own doing that. So, yeah, massive respect for the amount of work that he puts into this. And I'm sure that problem solving alone is not as easy. I'm not saying other people don't help, but as far as I'm aware, he's kind of like the main go-to when there are issues or there are problems. Yeah, you might have to build a train, mate. You have everything that you need there to build a train. But it's a recipe inside one of these buildings, and then you'll need to fill the building with the relevant materials that you need. But you have everything you need here, and you have all of the plates smelted that you need too. So yeah, it's just another problem to solve, man. This is Factorio. You solve one, and then another 10 pop up. But that's the fun of it, man. That's the joy of it. Just with sneaky bugs about to hammer into their iron of it. Ooh, we don't like that. Oh, that's kind of a really sad iron line right there. Oh, they're not going for the train tracks, are they, though? They are. Savage. Normally they just go for the belts. Okay. They're just downing it. Fair enough. So the link to the outpost is kind of dead. Oh, no. Oh. Does that mean these guys are like going to turn into yellow? This is like a really big deal for their power, for their laser production, right? 500 in a box. It's not the end of the world. You can reconnect this. I think the thing I'd be more upset with is the fact the iron's not flowing in. We've done all that hard work, and then there's just like a small corner of them that's been like pulled out. That's really super duper sad. Yeah, Vortex coming in clutch here with the grenades. So if you press E, Christy, of course you need coal. You could fuel it with, like, I don't know, wood, but a train that runs on wood? Scandalous, mate, scandalous. Absolutely not. Heresy of the highest order. Who puts wood in a train? I mean, you could have I guess you could have an electric train. But just think, mate, when you turn up to your base, main base, with like 20,000 walls, enough walls to wall your base off twice as much as it currently is, there'll be a parade in your honor, mate. Oh, I saw that. What is? Let me dip out real quick. I know you're here for this. They don't need like I'm going to be not refereeing for like literally 2 seconds. It had a load of mods on. There are public games. Here we go, Atom, and there's like alien biomes is here, grappling's in here, SpaceX is here. They're trying something out, aren't they? Do we know who's in? Straightener? Do we know that guy? Anybody recognize Straightener? So I heard, and again, this is all hearsay, nothing's confirmed just yet. There is another scenario that is currently being play tested at the moment that is different to the fish one that we buy a professional gamer, but there is another person that is creating another scenario, and that is quite close to us playtesting. So in the not too distant future, and again, it's whenever they're ready and they're finished, because I think they're at university at the moment, so they don't have all the time in the world to work on this stuff. We're going to be playtesting a very different version. Oh dear, am I coming and going at the same time? Am I doing a Jason Gross of the game I'm meant to be refereeing in? Oh mate, if this takes forever, I might use this opportunity to go for a quick stretch. Oh no, we're back in. They might be playtesting a new scenario. I know for a fact that we have something in the works. But it's not close. Well, it is close, but it's not like we're not going to give it to the whole server to try. We're going to play test it as a small group first, and then we're going to look for any kind of differences, anything that needs to be fixed or patched. But yeah, for anybody out there that isn't aware, sorry, of the server that we currently play in, our Discord is over here. Somebody got banned. What? Animal abuse? Absolutely none of that. What? Who posted that? Oh, you can fuck right off. Oh, good. I'm glad he's banned. Fuck you, mate. Good. Sorry, some idiots posted like some animal abuse shit, and fuck that guy. I'm not even going to talk about it. So yeah, that guy's been banned. This is our tangent there. Sorry, I realised my Discord's gone off a little bit on the admin side of things. So yeah, head to that Discord and you'll be able to find all of the different kind of people and channels that we have in there, and there will be a kind of special games alert that will pop up when we do eventually run other scenarios. It's not always this. Sometimes it's SpaceX, sometimes it's Crastorio. I mean, we like to just keep things fresh. You know, we all enjoy the game. We all enjoy playing. So, yeah, and if there's anybody out there that are new, that aren't too sure what's going on, feel free to ask questions. We're nearing the end of the game, but that doesn't mean the game is ending. Somebody has to win. There are no draws in this game mode, and as it goes, the South are... How do we phrase comfortably? It's slightly concerning they're not chesting these RCUs, because you need more of them than you can ever produce, and having them sat on a line is not ideal. But that's fine. And yeah, and oh, by the way, thank you for the uptick in views on YouTube. Yeah, I think you're right, Brox. I think that as long as they don't get absolutely like, you know, bugs just fly in through this area and just kind of smash all of this up, or, you know, start chopping lines in half. I don't know, what are we missing something here? They're going for ups. But you can build the silo as well, right? They just, what? That's a misplay, surely. Or are they going to put speed mods in there? Wouldn't you just stick the silo down? I don't see any negatives to that. They are ahead, but they're not like miles ahead. I want to say the north, sorry. They have everything they need. Although RCUs do look like they're trickling in quite slowly. And this server is crawling, isn't it? This isn't normal speed. Maybe it's a bad idea to run an Atom server as well as this, whilst we had 30 plus people in either team. Ah, right, so they're gathering. Got you. I was wondering, because I was like, it's perfect, right? Perfect timing. But they'll get to that, I'm sure. So yeah, thanks again for any of you guys that want to find out where these games go. They end up on YouTube as a VOD, and you can watch them back at your own leisure. Up onto that channel, we've got the 1v1s, as well as where'd it go? Let me get a link to that real quick. And if you get bored or you like what you see, feel free to drop me a subscription on that. It actually helps. I don't tend to say, oh, subscribe to me here and all that jazz, but on YouTube, it means that other people that like Factorio get to see the videos. So I think the higher the subscribers, the more you get pumped out. And obviously, it's a very small channel at the moment, so I'd appreciate that. I tend not to go cap in hand, but that's something that's free. So yeah, if you feel like you like what you see, if you hate it, report it, obviously, or thumbs down all of the videos I have. You're more than welcome to do that if you want to. But coincidentally, if you do like what you see, or you want to watch some of the other videos back, consider subscribing, because it does help me. The police for cyber terrorism. You're doing God's work, mate. Yeah, I watched a video about the algorithm, and apparently the more subscribers you have, the more you get recommended to other people who watch that kind of content. So I'm not going to ask for you guys to subscribe to me here, but if you can on YouTube, it's free, and that means that more people will get to see this game mode, which means that we'll end up with hopefully more players, and with more players we have different games. We have faster games or dynamic games. People come up with new concepts, and that's kind of interesting. I'd like to see where we could go if we ended up with 50 on 50. Can you imagine a game like that? We had 32 on 33 earlier, so it's possible. So that's why I ask for the sub. Not so that I can get loads of advert money or any of that jazz. It's nothing to do with that. It's more or less just a case of trying to show this game mode off a bit more to a few more people. And some of the videos are doing really, really well. So I'd really appreciate it. And that's as much as I'm going to say on that very humble but also legendary topic. So yeah, the North is slightly behind the curve, having no silo down, and only just beginning to make some of the more crucial parts for their rockets, such as rocket fuel. And RCUs are coming in nice and slowly. They're still behind. What are we missing here? Am I? Oh, now it's building. I was going to say they can't be far away from building a silo. I mean, it's just been sat there tentatively, like, oh, I'm almost there. I just need 5 more engines. So Silo's going to go down. I'm almost certain they're going to beacon it as well. It would be rude not to beacon Silo, to be honest. And I believe that the South are on a timer now. They're on a bit of a clock. It's about when they get that rocket number 1. And from there, what we'll do is we'll count how fast they transition from rocket 1 to rocket number 2. That's normally quite an important tester to see if they have the backup needed, so this backlog of items needed, in order to consistently pump out rockets. I'm concerned that they haven't chested some of this stuff, but that's completely up to them. That's more of a choice thing. You don't have to do that, but I think it's a good idea to. Yeah, we're looking at a pretty tidy game here. Sub 3 hours, Silo going down. I mean, if they want to pull it out the building and stick it on the ground, they're more than welcome to make sure this isn't grief. It's absolutely not. Power block going down on the north, sorry. And their lasers they're looking okay, but they're not fully upgraded. And the silo is only halfway complete on the north too. So yeah, we're looking at like half a silo's research time difference from the south to the north. And there we go, bang, goes down at the 245 mark. And it's things like if I had my little bingo card, I could fill in, S for south, 245 silo. And then for the north, maybe at like 304 or whatever. And then you can kind of see what team got to certain places at what times, and I don't know. It's a little bit of a meta game that you can play in the background to kind of keep yourself entertained whilst, you know, there are drier portions of this stream, and I do appreciate you guys sticking with me whilst I babble on. Yeah, that'd be good actually. We could do it together, because there are times where you guys are literally more vigilant than I am. You point stuff out and you're like, oh, look over here, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm an idiot. I missed it. That's a good shout. I might actually do that. And then we can just see where, like, yeah, maybe there is a correlation between whoever gets to yellow signs first. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, yellow signs first generally means it's a win, because you've got that quicker research, faster access to later tech, and, you know, faster access to those really important. I don't think we went to game speed times 6 last time. It didn't help. Oh, let's check in on a couple of our outposts. Yeah, huge laser build here from Whitehall. Really nice. They will eventually kind of turn on once steel comes through, I think. We've got... Did he get bitten a little bit? Oof, yeah, that's been hit a small amount. Christie, the Wall Lord, is trying to power his... his wall build. And it's red belted too, which means it goes faster, obviously. Now there are some... No, it's not too bad actually. It's not the worst thing in the world. Okay, so we're still getting attacks as well from the south. And if we look at their lasers, I'm more comfortable with the way they're upgraded now. You know, and that is a huge blueprint. And again, we talked earlier on about defensive structures, and just in this meantime, whilst we have a bit of time waiting for Rocket 1 to be built from south, we see a different idea behind the way that their wall is defended here. We have this kind of H-frame defensive structure with 3 layers. Meanwhile, the hollow box design is going down on the south. So again, I haven't used these tools in like 5 minutes, so I will use them now. The bugs want to come in. What we want to do is give them problems to solve that they're not going to be able to. And by giving them kind of these channels to kind of filter into and through, it means that we can create kill zones for them for all of our damage. And if you look just to the north of this, we will have hopefully a whole line of lasers and some flame turrets. So this is going to be a whole world of pain for our bugs, this area here. If a wave was to bump into this, they would be split up. That's a good question, actually. That's a really good... I don't think I've ever been asked that question before. I would say this uses more. I think, yeah, it's greedier, but I thought there were bugs there for a second. That's like shit. This is cheaper. Oh, you've got an attack. But I would go for the box design. In fact, you know, I wouldn't go for either of these two designs if I'm being completely honest. Let me draw you one. Let's find a flat wall, and I'll draw you what I've seen and been using in some of the Captain's games. Not all of them, but some of them. Oh, 100%. So you want a wall this thick. So let's draw 3 different types. So they've got this thick, and ideally you want it at least 5 thick, right? The reason being is if I hover over a flamer here, you can see that the end of its range still hits the bugs, and the bugs are having to chew through a lot more of the wall. That being said, however, the design that I like the most, and I'm going to draw this terribly, so bear with me, was a diamond design. Did I run out of disco music? It was like a hollow diamond, or you could even fill it in if you wanted to, that had a pinch point in the center. And I'm going to bastardize this, but if I hit the delete button... Oh, this is terrible. I'm starting again. 1 second. Let's do this. And I will just quickly get some new music on whilst I do this amazing job of MS Paint, which I know all of you appreciate. This is this is a Byte Battles game, but it's also an art stream as well, arts and crafts. So a design like this creates these kind of pinch points where the bugs can only filter through one by one. Let's get rid of this advert.
Your first video?
Oh, come on, another one? No, I'm not going to your terrible website. You can get fucked. And ideally, these would be slightly closer. You want to filter them in, but also have them bounce off the peaks and then spread, almost like water, like a waterfall type design. And I believe that if you have this design with dotted walls in between, that in my mind it has been the strongest defensive setup that I've seen, that I've used in fact. And the reason being is you're constantly spreading them. So it's divide and conquer at the end of the day. You're spreading up the waves. And for bosses, this worked particularly nicely because they have a large area of wall to attack. And so they kind of get slightly confused. And you can build patterns inside of those empty areas. There will come a point where I'll do like a defensive video. Very much like I was speaking about earlier on for new players. I'm going to create a video where if you do this, where if you type in new, that command will send you to a video that explains the game mode. A 2-minute, this is what we do, this is how you win, this is how you play. And if you want more information, come into the stream, ask questions, or get into the game and ask the players. So it's like a nice way of sending people into a particular space so that I don't have to explain myself all the time, which I don't mind doing, obviously. But yeah, like a small explainer video. And maybe one for defense as well. Right, the blueprinted silos down, and the blueprinted beacons are down as well. Meanwhile, in the south, we are close. Very, very close. Yeah, I've never seen it do that either. It would be cool if you could, right? If you could pick up a maximum of 2 walls per bot, maybe 3. You could have multiples, and maybe make it fly slower so the more stuff it's carrying, it doesn't go as fast. But I'd be a huge advocate for that, because we don't use Logibots. Or, probably better explained, is we don't have a use for Logibots that much, unless you're building a Logi base. Ah, okay. That I did not know. So it only works when it comes to deconstructing. I don't know. I mean, it would be cool if you could... So bear with me on this one, because again, we were just waiting for the rocket to come in, and we're 99 out of 100, so we're basically there. If I could have a bot that could place 2 walls at any given time, but its flight speed is cut in half, is that worth it? At the base level, because obviously you can increase the speed through research. I would pay for that. I would want that. But yeah, this is crawling at the moment. And we can see now that there's not an abundance of rocket fuel for, the silo. So it's slowly but surely kind of ticking in. But yeah, in-game time, 2:51. We spent about 15 minutes setting the game up. So we're actually at 2 minutes and 35, there or thereabouts. A rocket has appeared. Now, it hasn't been launched just yet. Oh, that's a very good point. That's a very, very good point. It would, wouldn't it? It would be so janky, it would be like... Which is a shame, because it would be so useful to have. But yeah, well done, South. You've managed to get there first. And in the famous words of Ricky Bobby, if you're not first, you're last. Now, this doesn't mean that the South have won the game. But what it does mean is that they're putting themselves in a position where they have the upper hand. They have the strongest thing in the game. And before you know it, if they can get their act together... Nice. The question is now, how many rockets does it take to break the north? And I like the defensive wall setup. This is fine. And the north have got one going down too. Oh, the wall belt. Yeah, big fan. Huge fan of this. And again, underrated play. Seriously underrated play. Going into red chest and then capping the red chest at like 200-ish. Yeah, dude, serious. I got time for that. And whoever put this down is a legend, because you kind of, until you don't need it, you need it, and then when you absolutely desperately need it, it's not there. And you start again, I wish somebody had done that earlier, and it could have been you. Let's check in on, whilst a rocket on the western side is being sent into space, Christy is about to build some walls. How's it going, dude? We can see some miners on the ground. It's definitely not been an absolute cluster. Okay, I like it. Getting there, getting there. We're back you, mate. We're back you. You've got this. Christy is a new player for anybody that's just watching. He's fresh, and when I say fresh, I don't think he's got more than about 10 hours in Factorio. So the fact he's in one of these games, fair play. And a testament to the fact that you can actually get a lot done, even if you are new to the game. So we are closing in to the end of the game. I am somewhat perturbed by the fact that they didn't chest their rockets. We're balancing, yeah, we're closing in. So 20 versus 20 is a strong showing any week for us, to be completely honest. To be anywhere around that number is a good sign. The fact that we are where we are at the moment, I mean, we could all, I'd love to see this every week, where we have kind of like 30 on 30, but you can't plan for that kind of thing, you know. But I'd love to see it. I'd be very happy if that were to happen, for sure. So yeah, right, let's get back to this. I need to head to Discord real quick. I'll just zoom out a little bit onto this whilst I check to see if there's any problems that need being solved. Thule, if you want to know what's going on with the server, Neuro just posted something that looks very technological based about PID users and memory percentages, and there's a big red bar. If you can make any sense of that, that would be super duper helpful. The threat has been climbing gradually, but there was a point in the game where they were throwing lots of science at each other, and then both of those bases got wrecked. Ooh, they threw 3 white science? I mean, yeah, why not? Just prod them a little bit. So yeah, we haven't sent in a while. There were 2 bases, one on the north, one on the south. The south base has been swallowed. No? Did it get deconned? I think this... Yeah, it got deconned. There was a base out here, effectively, that was like threat farming. It got overrun really quickly. Coincidentally, there was a base over here that was also... No, it was over here, wasn't it? Yeah, this was a green spam that was not to be. It just got absolutely destroyed. It's not about the white signs. It's about sending a message. And a message has been sent. If you're on the north and you're nowhere near a rocket, good luck, boys. You're behind the able. We see a wave coming in. Are they going to get dealt with? Yeah. The wall's thick enough. You have light oil in your flamers. You have lasers beginning to be put down. And those lasers are, in my mind, slightly under-upgraded, but... Hallo, ich habe... Was? Frage und mein Englisch ist nicht so gut. Können wir reden? Bin gerade im Channel non-English. This guy wants to speak to someone who's German. Do we have any Germans in chat? As long as he's not got like a problem with something that's happened in the game, then... Hello, I have a something, and my English is not very good. Can we talk? Alright, yeah, if we've got any German speakers in here that knows what that is. Oh, we do. Oh, somebody in-game that speaks to it. Awesome, brilliant. I just don't want to, I don't want to leave him hanging. We've got multiple people that speak multiple languages, luckily. If we have any problems in French, we direct them to Neuro. And if I've got any problems in American, we direct them to Whisper. These red-blooded American. I have a question. My English is not so good. Can we talk? I'm in the channel non-English. I mean, feel free to dive in. If you can help him, I would try, but my German's broken. 2 Bier, bitte. Pommes mit Rot-Weiß, bitte. Bitte schön. Yeah, it's about as good as it gets. So, I'm not box office when it comes to my German. Yeah, somebody told me I sounded like a redneck when I speak German. There's no way, right? I didn't even know Germans had rednecks, but... Fluent. You're buttering me up, sir. So when I was a younger man than I am today, we used to go out into the pubs in the night scene in Germany, where I used to live. And I was told, I didn't speak German at the time, but you know, you get these phrases like, ich liebe dich, you know, I love you. So I used to go up to girls in nightclubs, and I'm not proud of this, but I may as well tell you whilst I wait for the rocket to go. I used to go up to girls in nightclubs, and it's super cringy. I wouldn't do it nowadays because I have a girlfriend, but I used to say I got my friends to translate something that didn't translate correctly, and it was somewhere along the lines of, I have a present in my trousers for you, right? And obviously 16-year-old, 17-year-old Ghosty thought that was the best thing to say to somebody ever, obviously, because I was a complete lad back then, absolute gladiator. I got them to translate it for me. So I go up to these girls in these nightclubs and I say, ich habe ein Geschenk in meinen Unterhosen für dich. Which does translate to, I have something in my trousers for you. But what it actually translates to is, I've shit myself. So I used to just casually, very confidently walk up to people, tell them I'd shit myself. And that led to 0 action. So don't do that. Google Translate nowadays. This is obviously before the era of smartphones. Luckily, very luckily, none of this was caught on tape, apart from me now telling you it, so I don't know why I've done that. Done, Christy. Let's take a look. So if we have any German speakers in chat, hey, look at that, mate, 100 already. Good stuff. Do you know what? Just to help you out here, you can have more blue inserters insert the bricks quicker. So you could have as long as they're powered, you could have loads of blue inserters up here, and that would pull more bricks in. Because I think you need 50 bricks per. There you go, boom, easy mode. So yeah, if you have any Germans in the chat, ich habe ein Geschenk in meinen Unterhosen für dich. I think translates to I've shit myself. 5 bricks, well, excellent. We do see a slight side swipe here onto the outpost that has the rocket silo. It has been heavily pinged out. And I believe somebody's going to react to this. Rocket number 2 is on its way. The Crow is moving up. I think it's his first game as well. Although, is this not suspiciously FTNS? I don't want to allege anything. Again, another meme within the community. Apologies if any of you out there is going, what the hell? To put any context in it, I was wearing a pink shirt. They were really popular back then. And I looked like an absolute helmet, mate. The glory days. Absolutely not. But yeah. Needless to say, it went nowhere. And I just got laughed at a lot. And I just thought, you know what? I am hilarious. Obviously. So that makes sense. Oh, mate. I've heard this story before. Yes, that's I've seen that somewhere. He had no idea how the toilet flushed, and she thought he was showing off. Shit. Oh my god, I would die of embarrassment, mate. Can you imagine that? Oh my god. Although, to be fair, I don't know if any of you guys have used those I don't know if you guys have ever used Japanese toilets before, but holy shit. I was in Tokyo many, many years ago, and that threw me through a loop. I've got a very funny story about Japanese toilets. I'm not going to say it on stream, but if you ever see me on Discord, ask me about it, and I'll more than happily tell you. Absolute nightmare. What can we do to increase our fuel production? What are we missing here? It feels like this is slow, but it probably isn't slow. Yes, I've seen it somewhere. Where somebody was like, look at what I've done. And then she just presses the button right next to it. Oh, that's terrible, that. Where's your car? If you zoom out, it should be a triangle. But it may be in your inventory. You may have picked it up. Or you may have smelted your car. You can't smelt your car. You're fine. It'll be somewhere. So this is what they look like. They look like a triangle with the white inner. If you zoom out of the map. If you see a white triangle or with the red around it in your base, that's where it is. But yeah, the guys are saying it's in your inventory. Hey, there we go. Problem solved, boys. So if we win this game, we can claim that we've all had a... Yeah, honestly, I get it. If you play this game enough, the brain drain, the kind of impact it has on your mental state is there. Yeah. Oh, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. Yeah, it's just funny. And the thing is, you can imagine that happening in every single continent. So yeah, I don't mind if it's a secondhand story or whatever. It's just hilarious, and I believe it. I believe it. I think somebody out there just had that absolutely terrifying, like, oh, I can't believe I've done that. I can't believe you've done this. Terrible. So 2 are up. We're slowly but surely, I think they've slowly but surely managed to increase the fuel production as well. So the south are sitting pretty. Let's take a look on the north to see if their silos down. It is. Oh, they're beaconing, which the south have not done. To beacon or not to beacon? Sorry, what I meant by that is this isn't fully beaconed. So we're not at the highest level it can be. The machine movie story. Oh, the Bert, the drunken fat guy. He's always got his top off. I think I know who you mean. Yeah. Let's just say I pressed lots of buttons and I made it hotter and kind of burnt myself, and then I pressed the lady button and the lady button hit me, and that was horrible. So yeah, the top tip, if you're going to go to a foreign country, research the toilets before you get there. That was genuinely like, oh, horrible. So yeah, we're working at 1 to... Okay, so they're not as beaconed. They will be more beaconed than the south. And the south aren't buffered, so we could be looking at a rocket race here. The game is slow because apparently there is some server issues at the moment. So yeah, it's not... It naturally slows down the longer the game goes on for. That's very normal. But there's some unexpected server load at the moment that we're experiencing. So I think Neuro is working in the background. But he's also in the game playing the game too. So I'm not sure how much of a fix we'll be able to get. On the fly as we go. But we will, eventually. We'll get this fixed. If not today, then it will be. But yeah, to beacon or not to beacon. So we're looking at 140% here. Oh, they're doing it so Soldier can stay. I think it's fair. I mean, I would also argue that the Soldier, if he works a full-time job, might be able to afford a better rig. Could we crowdfund a better PC for the Soldier? Right, so we're looking at... Now, here's the question. Do the North have enough stuff backed up? Oh, yeah. Oh, they might overtake the South. Oh, they might overtake the South. Hang on, let's do the maths here real quick. There's more... Oh, yeah, they've got at least a few rockets here. Fuel is a bit of an egregious issue, but not massively if they can just get it to tick in. And then if we look south, it's everything but fuel, right? They might catch up. I'm not just saying that to hype things up. The North might actually catch up here. Interesting. Okay, right. I mean, I'll capture everything. I'll see if I can get everything in. All right, trains down. Walls have been built. You've got over almost 1,000 there, which is very nicely done. And smelting is absolutely firing away. Perfect. So I think the next thing we need to do is to measure when the rocket number 1 of North goes up compared to rocket number 2. That should give us a good indicator as to where they're at. It's coming in, like, nicely. I would argue maybe a red belt here. But, you can't red belt everything. And kind of it is what it is at this point in the game. We are where we are, and there's not a huge amount you can do to fix or change things. Is that blueprinted? Oh no, boys. I'm not going to say anything. If that instantly gets fixed, snipers. Snipers everywhere, boys. Be careful. So the thing that you have to do now, Christy, is you have to build a carriage for the transportation, and that happens. You'll need a cargo wagon. Yeah, I'm calling it now. I don't want to. I don't think that the South have enough stuff. So yeah, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be creating your train line all the way back to base, or as close to base as you can. Maybe stop it around about here. And then you're going to be basically finding a red chest. So in and around your base, Christy, there will be these red chests. All you have to do is put all the walls that you have in your inventory into this red chest. You'll see them all over. And constantly just dump walls into chests. Hopefully, the ones near the front line, because they'll need most of the walls. I agree with you, Fire. South has more mixers going, and they're even blueprinting even more down now. I don't know if that's really the play that they need. They're so backed up on red chips too. That's unreal. But it's fuel that's letting them down. Although rocket number 3 is coming in, it's not slow. That's what the point I'm trying to make is that it could be quicker, but it's certainly not slow. Whereas these guys, perfect. 302. 302. All right, Jack, if you want to play a game, feel free. So from here, let's see how fast the next one comes in. I think this is an important milestone in this endgame because there's going to come a point where they're going to get nervous about who has more and who has less. And it will come down to, if we throw now, we don't have a chance to build this much back up again. So I know the ideal number is 13, but if you think your opposition is going to get to 13 before you, do you throw 10? And then just go, right, well, I think 10 does it? Or, they're getting close, we've got to just throw what we have? It's an arms race from this point on, and I don't mean that in a sarcastic way, like genuine. It's a rocket race. This rocket silo is now competing against this rocket silo. If I can find it. I know where it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's a very good shout. Speed modding everything up and then just, yeah. This is going to be a shooter. Right, here's my question to everybody out here. When the send does happen, what music do we want to stick on for the destruction of one side's base? Like, one side is going to get absolutely folded up like a bendy bus hitting a brick wall. And I want to know what kind of music we stick. Rock music. I like it. And do you know what? I haven't used rock before. What was it I used last week? Oh, with send? They sent? Was that a mistake? Everyone south has finished 3 rockets. Going. They sent. I've got to get rock music on. Give me a second, right? So a send of almost 3,000 white signs jumps the Evo by 85 points, and I think that they managed to snipe them. North have some laser upgrades, and they have a decent line of lasers. No, they don't. They have minimally upgraded lasers. No, that's Zymo. That's a really smart tactic. I've been talking about this in chat for a while. If you think you can take them, and again, look at areas like this. Thin, anemic defensive walls. Most of it looks good, right? But there are areas where they're weak. And again, all right, they have their nuke on, but they're not going to be able to kill bosses off very quickly with 20 plus 13 lasers. Right, let's get some rock music on. I like this. They've pushed the pace, so we're going to push the tempo a little bit here. Let's get some rock on. All right, metal. I don't really want metal music, but I'll settle for metal if I can't find rock. So hopefully we're all in agreement in that respect. If there's no good rock playlist, then we'll go for that. All right, now here we go. Rock music for streaming. Yeah, I love it. Also, tell me if it's too quiet, and if you can't hear it, I'll turn the volume up. I don't want to blast rock music. The research. Let me take a look. You mean the actual queue? 1 second. Slightly laggy. So inserter, laser speed, energy damage 5. And so far, everything is coming in quite nicely. So we have everything up to about what we're missing here. Red is the only real problem. And it's not really a problem. It's just coming in slowly. So yeah, Sam, I think everything's good on that end. I should probably slow the game speed down, but the server's already slow. So I guess we were just watching and waiting for, well, yeah, this. I know, it's weird, isn't it? End of the game and we're red side limited. All right, so we've got this. It obviously isn't the first wave of large bugs. The evolution has shot up, and now there's a chance for the bugs to evolve and turn into behemoths. So what we are going to see is large packs of incredibly destructive bugs appear on the map. And fuck off, come on, do me a favor. I'm hoping that I can catch them as they kind of crash into the base of the north. Because we saw just now, the evolution has jumped to 127%, and there's 137,000 of these angry bugs on the map now coming in. If we take a quick look at the chat log, we can see bosses have spawned, a lot of bosses. These are denoted by having their own health bars. That's right, we're about to see some carnage. 127%. The North will continue to make rockets, but they're about to get rocked in terms of the damage done to their own base. Meanwhile, only one, so we're about to see number 2 get built. Ooh, this is going to be spicy. I like what I see. And again, a bold move from the South to just throw a 3k send. I like that. That's bold. That's them saying, look, we're going to now pressure you to death so you can't build the rest. Yes, so rocket fuel is a limiting factor in both sides, which kind of benefits the South at the moment, really benefits them. Right, let me just get this off. And yeah, look at this, the panic. Oh, we need 2 more lines of lasers. You could have done this like 20 minutes ago, boys. Somebody could have run over here and done this and made this happen, unless you don't have the buffers. And if that's not the case, yeah, they're about to get absolutely rocked. And again, it's never the area that you want them to come into. Look at this. Look at where they're coming, to the weakest area of the base. If they were to break through these walls, they would hit power, and then they'd hit main, and then they'd hit, well, the end of the game. And if I zoom in, these green-shelled bugs up here are behemoths. They are incredibly strong, and they can revive. There's only a 10% chance of them reviving now, but it's still 10%. So out of a grouping of 100 of these bugs, 10% of them come back, which is more resources that you'll be burning. Now, I don't know if anybody spotted this, or somebody's pinged it out, but we should see multiple attacks in multiple areas. But for now, I just want to follow this pack because it is large. Look at this. And this is why we love the game mode. There are no draws in this game. North does have nuclear. I'm not sure if all of them are on, but as far as I'm concerned at this point in the game, these flamer turrets are not enough. So effectively, some of these large bugs will go down to this fire. The behemoths will just chew through the walls. And as we can see here, this pink blueprint here, they're just flooding in, diving directly on top of the... And these are like building-sized bugs. They start off very small, like tiny little cats, and they end up like the size of a skyscraper. And they are just going to tear through, potentially, production for the mix builds. I like it, boys. I like the 3k send. It works for me. And again, they're just chewing through the wall, making the hole even larger. Anybody that comes over here as well is risking dying. So if you're an outpost player, you're not going to be able to get past these guys. Meanwhile, in main base, the H structure is confusing them, and they are bouncing around, but the ones that are making it to the walls are making it through. And I say this every week, and I'll just use this to demonstrate real quick. It's not wave 1 that you have to worry about, because wave 1 will make it to like here. It's the second wave and the third wave that eventually break through and get into stuff. And we can see now some bosses are starting to enter the fight. And what they'll do is wave 1 will make a small hole, 2 will make it larger, 3 will make it even larger. And before you know it, you have a massive chasm in your base. And there we go. They're directly on top of lasers. Yes, the lasers are doing some damage. They're not fully upgraded though, so they're not exactly taking stuff out. There are now 2 holes in the main wall base. And this is a very expensive amount of defenses to lose in one massive push. I can drop the game speed if you like. Let me ask. Yeah, I'll just put it out there. Somebody might say, "Look, I'm having a terrible time, and I need to slow things down." And another wave. This is just, it's relentless. We have 2 holes in the walls here that's let the bosses through. We have behemoths that will eventually die to these lasers, but they're going to take a lot of them with them. And if you think about the amount of, not lagging, just slow, that's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, I like this, I guess. They don't have the full upgrades, and that's a real shame because they could have done it. Again, they've gone for their silo, and they will counterpunch, I think, eventually. But look how much damage these guys have done, and there are still some bosses here to get taken out. And again, if you get close enough to them, they are strong enough to one-tap you as a human player. So, yeah, eventually they'll go down. These aren't the strongest bugs that could ever exist, but look at what they've taken with them. So much carnage. So much carnage. And again, all it takes is for a couple of them to then trickle in and start hitting some of your production. They've killed off so far. They had 130k, I think it was, and we're down to 95k now. They've done well, but they've lost. I mean, they're lucky to still be standing as another wave pull us through. More lasers going down. Now, they do have lots of buffered lasers. But this is a pretty frightening experience for Fedeka, right? If you misplay this, all of these mixed builds get destroyed. So you have to be absolutely on your toes at all times during this defense. You need to keep this wave grouped up. You need to make sure they don't splinter off and start attacking the very thing that's giving you a chance to win the game. So Fordek has to play this literally pixel perfect. If there's a single step wrong here, Fordeka gets swarmed. They lose the buff, the speed buff they currently have on them, debuff, sorry, and they will swarm into other areas of this base. So yeah, it's not looking great. Meanwhile, also, more bosses are broken through the defenses. So yeah, the North are on the ropes here. It's not GG's yet, but I think that 3k send has got them right where they want them. You know, you've rattled the outpost, you've rattled main base. This is a very expensive hole to fix. Very expensive hole. Meanwhile, your outposted, instead of building rockets and fixing their mixed builds, are getting handled. And there's not a huge amount you can do here other than throw slow capsules and poison them. You're going to be kiting this wave for a while. And if you run out of any of those, you're screwed. Get too close to them and they one-tap you, you're dead. And then you're leaving all of this down to one person. So a really good defensive job here, by the way. I do want to point that out real quick. Califer and Fordek are doing a great job, but yeah, eventually these guys are going to have to be dealt with properly. And that means like lasers, that means more capsules, that means people helping. I mean, Dradian's appeared and he's created like a little laser wall here. But is that going to be enough? I don't know. And again, more waves are pouring onto the North's outpost. And there are holes everywhere. The bots can replace, obviously, but this is relentless. They're getting absolutely slammed at the moment in so many areas. And again, whilst this happens too, bots can also go down. So you're going to be losing things that could be helping you fix stuff too. So yeah, what a fantastic send from Lower Dark and the Whisper Outpost. That was really strong. And like I said, these guys aren't invincible, but they do a lot of damage. And this is a lot of lasers that could be on the front line. And we just saw as well. More waves pouring into the outpost. So if I'm an outposter, alarm bells are ringing, absolutely ringing. And there's not a huge amount you can do. Look at the size of that wave as well. It's just a nightmare situation, isn't it? You don't want to be here. Like, I think so too. I think people have gotten very comfortable saving 20 rockets, and they forget that at the right moment, and I mean the right moment, I don't just mean because you have 3, you can cause havoc. And I think injecting chaos into a settled meta is worth doing. I believe that's how you unsettle a meta. And if anybody has any arguments as to that, look at what's happening now. I mean, both teams were quite close as well, let's be honest. Both had a silo down at roughly the same time, with the South having theirs probably 10 minutes quicker. And yeah, we're just kiting waves and waves of bugs. They're still taking out laser towers, again, of which you don't have that many. You're right. But it's what do you dislodge from your research queue to give you that? And that's the question that you'll always ask yourself at the end of the game: is what could we have jiggled around a little bit? West. Oh, the side swipes. That's, oh no. Look at the state of that. There's a single flamer with a friend who's not just locked on yet. That is dealing with 4 or 5 bosses and an entire behemoth wave. And that's next to a decent power block. They're oil refining, which is huge. And at this point, you have to ask the question, how many of these have they finished? What's the counterpunch here? You don't... It would be epic, and I mean that, like, genuinely epic, if they managed to, like, survive this. I don't own a hat, but if the North win this game, I'll buy one and eat it. Because this is, like, almost impossible. Everything's on fire. Your fire extinguisher causes more fires. Yeah, there's not a lot of people out here as well, including newer players. So, okay, here we go. Rocket fuel's being eaten. The middle of your mix build is being eaten. They're just proliferated everywhere. Everywhere. And all it takes is for power to go, and that's it. With no more... Well, how close can they get? Scarily close. Scarily close to the nuke. Yeah, I think that's the way you got to go, is that take what you have, throw it, and then just cross your fingers that you can survive long enough. They launched the 3rd. They haven't sent yet. Maybe the counterplay is to also do the same. But I think that you're in a world of pain here, like a genuine world of pain. And again, as I spoke earlier, they will literally widen the gap. So that small hole has turned into a very large hole for any future waves to just walk through. Unimpeded, directly on top of everything you don't want them to. And this has been a great game. This has been a great game for many different reasons. But for the fact that we've seen a slight adjustment in the endgame throwing, and I don't think that was reckless. And these guys are just chilling. You know, oh, we can kill your power, or we can kill your oil, or we're just going to stay here for a second, just hang out, you know. Yeah, there's not a lot. There's no coming back from this, boys. It's not GG that the North messed it up. The South just hit there. But yeah, it is too slow. There's some server issues on the back end that I think are causing us problems. But one thing I would say, oh, there we go. 3K went from north to south, and that puts them in a relatively similar position. But I don't see... I mean, the South are going to have some problems, yes. They have their lasers upgrade better, I believe. Yes, they do. More flame is down, but only shooting crude oil. But there are areas, again, which are weak as fuck. And if any bug comes here, it's game. Like, they're going to walk through this straight to your base. I think that the North have more problems at the moment. Somebody said... What's the vote on? Things I don't want to vote because I'm not playing, but this isn't 1 speed at all. This feels like it's 0.6 or 0.5. I'm going to vote then. May as well let people know how I feel. But it does feel really like, I don't know, like stuck in the mud. Surely rocket number 4 doesn't happen. I'll need to check back in on the South as well, because they will be hit with waves at times. This is ambitious, but this is all white lol stuff, so I'm sure he's just like, yeah man, let's go for it, let's have a fight. Main is still dealing with waves, the bugs coming through, and again, we're not seeing these lasers being replaced anytime soon, so we are under the assumption that the dwindling supplies of the North are going to start like really getting them hammered, and 1,300 bots in the network. We'll keep tabs on that too to see how many bots die. We are seeing bosses spawn on the South as well, so I'll try and keep in touch with both North and South. There's just a lot going on, you know. It's an emotional day for Raid. I feel like for the last 3 or 4 games I've watched Raid play, he's kiting bugs in a car. So, yeah, you don't want to be in this position. It's kind of terrible. And, yeah, they're just everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. I'm surprised they haven't gone directly for power, but they're going to start hitting smelting and then all of this. Well, they are actually. Here we go. You've got a turtle up in Maine, right? Oh no. Wrong silo. Wait, if this silo blows up, do we get Big Bang? I don't think I've seen another silo, an outpost silo, get taken out before. Well, not recently anyway. Oh, Raid Room went down. Sad. Oh, it doesn't go nuclear, that sucks. So the North Spiters will have to kill 2 silos today. They are bloody everywhere, and eventually these will converge into the main base. So this kind of sucks, right? But when all of these guys get bored with this base and they end up back here, it's going to get emotional. You know, they're getting through and they are causing massive amounts of damage. So yeah, it's not, problem's not over yet. And in the meantime, I'm just going to quickly zoom out and look down south. I know the game's been running slowly for a bit, but I will want to check it in real quickly. So they're still, yeah, they're still making rockets in the south. It's not like they're completely tapped out too. But this is nightmare scenario for the north. And the thing is, the bugs will eventually kind of path and, yeah, look at this. Some of them are stopped still. Mine jiggles, mine bounces, oddly. But also when I load up my MS Paint tool, it affects my my FPS a little bit. So if you see me drawing on the screen and things get really kind of slow, that's, yeah, because of me. Happy Leah. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. I hope you're enjoying the stream. I hope you're having a good weekend. So we see a silo explode. Nobody's having fun on the north. That's really sad to see. With all of the parts that you need for an actual rocket, and they have no silo to launch it from. And just for good measure, he's going to go and kill off a few pipes. Bad Gamer, thank you very much for the follow. I massively appreciate it. Unfortunately, you're catching us at the end of the game. But well, I'll be posting the VOD on Twitch, as well as a YouTube channel which hosts all of the kind of legacy type games that we've done. So yeah, feel free to check in on that. Mirko Boy, Leet1337, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. How are you guys doing? Good weekend so far? You're probably doing better than the North are doing right now with their defense, because they are getting absolutely shattered. I mean, that's your oil processing just getting melted. Terrible. But yeah, welcome, all these new people. Let me post real quick something that I have on my clipboard. Down the line, if you like what you see, there are other games that I post up onto my YouTube channel. The reason I stream is so that we can watch some of this stuff back, and there are some players that can't make the game, so I like to kind of referee and stream it so that we can, you know, people can still be part of the community even if they can't make it on the day. Today, quite historically, we ended up with some really, really high numbers, player numbers. I think 32 versus 33 was the highest that we had, and that's kind of cool because that's a lot of people all doing one thing. So yeah, you gotta love it. And if you're on the south right now, you're like, oh yeah, okay. Ooh, maybe not so much. But they are pointing out. Sorry, I got a bit excited there. Let's see how the south fare with their defense. No bosses yet until these guys here. But yeah, this double box, triple box thing here seems to be working quite well. Yeah, Christ, they have bloody laser outposts as well, don't they? Okay, so yeah, this defense is going well. Boss is getting dropped. And is rezzing as well. They normally stop fire. Okay, so the defense is going relatively well. This box pattern is definitely causing some problems with the splitters. And then the lasers are managing to just focus on one at a time and just DPS them down. Perfect, all right, not too bad. Now this is at the strongest part of the base. There are areas out here that have none of that, so we'll try and keep tabs on everything, as well as parts of the base with absolutely nothing. We have bosses, ooh, right in the middle of oil, and that is very close to the silo. So if you lose this, if the bugs get to this, they will absolutely destroy it, and you lose the game. And having bugs this close... Oh, you nearly finished your railway, Christy. Wow, that is a wiggly-ass railway. Hey, dude, it all helps. It all helps. And the North Rocket Outpost, yeah, having lost their silo, I mean, I'd be upset. I'd be mortified. Although, I say this every week, it sucks being on this side of the fence, watching your base get blown up. But at the same time, too, it's very satisfying as a viewer. And it's fun. When you're on the winning side, it's a sense of satisfaction, you know? When you play a game for 3, 4 hours, 5 hours even, sometimes it's nice to kind of watch it all fall apart, you know? On the other side, obviously, not on your side. But yeah, there are packs of bugs just waiting. And there's not a huge amount left. I don't think they have a lot of lasers left over. So there is potential that these two bosses alone will storm in. And, you know, once they get to your labs, it's kind of game, man. Like, there's not a huge amount you can do other than kite them. You could potentially stick a load of lasers around the silo, but I don't think that's going to work. This genuinely could just be a case of let's just hope they don't get to the nuke. Now, if I... Okay. Alright, the South Outpost has had a little bit of pain. And they're not well defended, so they have to all make it there together. But they have, and that's a really good sign here. They've managed to kind of, yeah, group defend effectively. But we see a sideswipe on the cards in an area with basically no lasers. If they go for the gated area, that's 1, 2, 3, a 4 thick wall. Again, gates letting you down. Yeah, this could be a problem. This actually could be a problem, a massive problem. Now, and they've been breached as well a little bit, but nowhere near to the same level as the North, sorry. There is potential here for the South to drop the ball here on the defensive side. I don't think that's going to happen though. But like I said, there's potential for it to happen. I don't think it will. Bosses start to flood through. My frame rate goes absolutely to the ground. Let me, really quickly, run the game speed command. Because people are just dying here, mate. Sorry, I should know these commands off by heart, but it's been a while since I've had to use. Yeah, I'm doing it, working on it. Oh, Fordeka got it. Hey, there we go, nice, nice. I should know these things. I have them on a sheet somewhere, but it's been a while. So yeah, we've had to kick the game speed down. It might be worth throwing a pause out. Up. Wow, they got monstered. And yeah, look at that. They're right next to the most vulnerable part of the base. Again, you can kite them backwards into an area where you have good defenses, but you're basically negating the fact that you have a wall. You need to kind of bring them in, or do the hero play, go outside, and then kite them back in to where you need them to be. Super dangerous to do that though, and we will keep tabs to make sure that, that Julian tries his best to kind of get their attention and then drag them away. This is grim. This is grim for both sides, if I'm being honest. But they're not getting punctured super hard, though. Okay, yeah, so they're getting deep into the walls, but not like mega deep. White lol. Oh, okay, yeah. So off to this eastern area, yeah, White Lord has a lot of issues. Lasers are still not fully upgraded, but the bugs are getting downed one by one. It's just not, there's not enough lasers for this. And the laser box has 40 in it. Okay, here we go. Here's the pause. I think this is necessary because a couple of people are being dropped, and that causes server lag as well. So I'm going to have a quick stretch. I'll be back in about 10 seconds. And do you know what? I'm going to go for a pee. I'll be back in like 10 seconds, guys. Maybe 15. Alright, and we're back. And people are catching up, Neuro's catching up. Yeah, I'm worried though a little bit. Although I don't think that this wave... No, there's so much pain on its way. There's so much pain. I say every week, I might make a compilation of side swipes in games where at the beginning of the game, literally in the first 10 minutes, I'm like, yeah, we've all seen side swipes before, guys. And normally there's some team that doesn't look after it. Boom, where did they hit? Right here. A 1, 2, 3 thick wall with nothing around it. Absolutely. Well, some flamers were there, but at this point... Yeah, stay away from the bugs, mate. Stay away. Just, you can still fulfill a role in main by grabbing some capsules and throwing them at the bugs. At this point, it's all hands to the pump. You can see that there are parts of your base where they're completely infiltrated. So you need to try and, when they eventually get closer, throw some poison capsules onto them. It's got destroyed. Okay, it looks like this is the most egregious area right now. What's up, mate? What can I do? What can I do you for? You're on for a win, by the way. I think that's about as obvious as I can. Give me about 20 minutes after the stream, and I can jump on and I can show you a few bits and pieces about streaming. But I need to grab a sandwich and probably a soft drink. I was going to say a cup of tea then, but you think, oh, bloody English guy drinking tea. Yes. North lasers are not close. 38, so that's the third upgrade, I think. 79 is probably, where most people would want them right now. In fact, it is. It's exactly where you'd want them right now. But they just can't. Yeah, I know. And the thing is, any leftover lasers they had, they're just not... Like, I don't think they're building at the moment stuff that they're losing. So even here, if they're, like, really, really strong, this area is not going to get reinforced, and it's going to continually be hammered, so... Yeah, like a panini. Yeah, I've done that before. Big fan. Like a little sandwich press. Oh, I might do that, actually. So yeah, the hopes and the dreams of the North team have been smashed. 2 pieces by these bugs. Not these exact bugs, but some bugs that look like this. And we are watching them kind of rampage through the base. There's not really a huge amount that they can do at this current moment in time. I think they didn't build any more rockets, did they? So they didn't really have the option to make things worse. Meanwhile, in the south, more rockets are being built, and as we can see now, rocket nut part 99 of 100. We're about to go to 100 out of 100, and another couple of rockets have been built. So there's more signs to throw, making this even worse for the North. And by sending another 3,000 white signs, we could be looking at the evolution jumping even higher, meaning that these guys get stronger, bigger, faster, everything that Kanye West song talked about, but in bug form. And when saying that, they will take all of this stuff out. They don't care. Like flamers at the moment, they will just give them a suntan. These little lasers, they're tickling them, The revived chance as well will go up, so instead of it being a 10% revive chance, we could be looking at like a 20 or 30%, so... Yeah, and you can imagine now a 3k send just kills it, right? Another 3k send just ends the game for the North. The South can fire shots. Unless the North want to grab all of the yellow signs off the belt and throw that, and I don't think that's the play, if I'm being completely honest. There's not a huge amount you can do from here. You kind of just... Yeah. You're kind of just here. Hovering. You're hovering over defeat. Not to be pessimistic. Oh, what do you think? I think Soldier had, loads of really good picks. Although there were some newer players that got picked up, I think it was relatively even. I admit that if you put Lower Dark and Whisper together with whichever alt account FTNS is running, you're going to end up with some kind of disastrous nightmare build, but I think it just came down to the rocket silos. Just the South got there first, built a few, and I don't think it was in the North's plan to absorb 3 rockets. I think it was their plan to absorb 10 to 15, and that gives them another half an hour of playing where they can reinforce the base. So it's not like, I think they didn't expect to be here now. I think they expected to be here in like an hour's time when they could have like 5 deep laser rows, and do you know what I mean? Like that level of defense, and they've been caught short. They've been caught napping. No. Yeah, we've done artillery games before. You don't want to be there for that. It's wild, absolutely wild. Oh shit. Who else is on? I'm gonna raid somebody after this. Who should we raid? Not that this ends right now, but I'm just thinking for when the inevitable does happen. Is there anybody online? Do you guys have any friends of yours that play that might welcome a raid? If you do, feel free to throw me out their Twitch and we'll say hello. Give them a follow. Try and build up a small streamer into a medium-sized streamer. Give them a bit of a hand. Let me take a look. And I'm not dropping you off at Hot Tub Streamer at all. Terrible. That's not happening. Are any other Bites of Battles people streaming? Oh shit, I'm top rank on. Wow, holy crap. Oh, I don't mind. Anybody. Just anybody. If there's somebody... I know that... let's take a look who's online. JD plays. He used to do Bite Battle stuff, right? I think he used to cast with Clowntown, right? I might be wrong. I might be getting names wrong here, so I do apologise. But yeah, JD plays. I think used to be in. He's finally driving the train. Let's take a look. Yeah, so should we go and raid JD plays? There we go. Finally, the wonky ride. And a train with thousands of walls gets stopped round about here. But that's good though, mate. 3k walls. Very, very nicely played. So yeah, let's pop in and say hello. Do you know what? Do you think he'd welcome a 33 versus 32 game? That's kind of big, right? I think we've carried it on in... Yeah, I think we've carried it on in a good fashion. Kind of built on it a little bit. So yeah, but we'll raid him and say hello. Obviously not right now, but we'll do that later when the game's over. Which is looking to be ever more likely once these guys get bored of doing this and end up running at this. Which shouldn't be too long from now. But I believe if the South just send again, it's just so done. So super duper done. Power's about to go. I know they've got a nuke up as well, but yeah. Does South have any major problems? Like, are they proliferating into the edges? Christy, you're driving your train directly into the box. And it's been disconnected. Be very, very careful here, mate. Very careful. There's another bit that's... Oh, careful. Maybe back it up. Back it up. Remember, these guys are big enough to take your train out. So don't die, mate. They're quicker than you. Oh, mate, you're bringing them closer. They're going to follow you. Oh, no. All right, I think you've managed to... Hopefully they don't follow... Oh, no, there's another one, mate. You're stuck. Oh, that's kind of sad, dude. Good luck, though. Good escape. The game is basically over. We're waiting for the kind of the bugs to switch. There are lots of like packs that are just holding at the moment in this kind of grey area, as well as the game speed being slowed, as well as the South having the ability to throw. Do you go down? Oh, mate. Sag. Did they kill the train as well with all the walls? Oh no, the walls still exist. I was going to go that way anyway, mate, I'm going to be honest. But if you take a look, the North are in a lot of trouble, and they can't fire any more shots. The South, if they can survive 128%, that's where it's going to stay. It's not going to get any worse from here. So, yeah. Let's do this real quick. Well, I saw another playlist of rock I wanted to try. I like that stuff. But I remember playing one a while ago that I quite liked and I saved. So I'm just going to swap the music out real quick. And forego all these horrific adverts of products I'm never going to buy. There's one with like some... Oh, fuck off adverts again. Oh my god. I hate adverts so much. But yeah, the North are just turtling, and I think they realise what's to come. There's only 13 people on their side as well. And then, yeah, this outpost, I mean, we're just... This is where we're at. Rocket number 7 goes up. Do we wait for rocket number... What's my name? Take a wild guess. It's not Ben. No, absolutely not. No. It's also not the kind of thing I'd talk about either. It's ghosty. It's always been ghosty. I was born. I was entered into this world. Here's Mr. I'm not doxing myself, mate. I wasn't born yesterday. I'm not going to use my actual name on a broadcast that can last forever and go anywhere, including places I don't want it to go. Yeah. I've been on the internet for a long time, mate. It's not going to happen. Although if you wanted to, you could probably find out from the teams that I've played on in the past. Potentially. If you wanted to figure out what Dota teams I was on, and then you'd need to figure out what years I was playing, and then you'd need to figure out what tournaments I was entering. So, yeah. I've said before, there are videos of me actually playing the game. It's fine, mate. Ghosty works. Ghosty makes sense. Plus, I'm really, really white, so I look like a ghost. That's not where the nickname comes from, but yeah. Oh god, this outpost has been monstered. And again, still some bugs exist on the south. I wonder where we draw the line with the south. I wonder what they're aiming for here. Oh, belt got cut. Ooh, belt got cut. And they're backed up. Sabotage? Interesting. So that could potentially be a few rockets kicking around. Nah, probably just enough for like one. Maybe two. This is a massacre. And there's just nothing coming through. They're super lucky the nuke didn't get hit on the north. Super duper lucky, because there's nothing else really here. This power block may be supporting the entire base, but the moment the lasers start to struggle, this will be over. I think now it's down to the south, just whenever they want to send. And I don't know what the magic number is. I'm not exactly too sure. There's no way they're building 13 more rockets though, right? Send 3 and then build another 13. A 16 rocket game. We're not on the ropes like this as well. Throw 5 in Eclair. Put me out my misery. Oh dear. Nah, it's all good. This is the way the end game goes. If you get it wrong, we're here for a lot longer than we need to be. So, yeah, sometimes you just need to kind of hang about, chill. The North have nothing really left to do. They are rudderless. There's nobody really building much defense. There are some. I mean, do they have any laser production? Purple's been switched off. Laser buildings are producing, but not at the rate that you kind of want them to be. 110 in a box. One large attack and that 110 number goes to 0. Oh, if they're going for 13 rockets, I need to go and make food, man. Because otherwise I'll be here till midnight. Because of the speed of the game as well. We're at like 0. Met a Brazilian raver traveling Europe. And he first gone to Portugal, same like obviously, yeah. But people had always reacted so weird when he came, you know, they were not odd jobs. Handjob, oh dear. Oh mate, can you imagine just walking around offering random strangers that? Oh, yep. Terrible. Okay, yeah, we see another one. They're coming in, you know, they are coming in. They were backed up slightly on oil, and I do believe that they've slightly fixed the issues they had earlier with oil, although there's always normally some issue with fluid in this game. We are looking at rocket number 8. They now have 5k white signs, which in my mind does break the North, because the North doesn't have anything. He does nothing. And again, yeah, this is the best they can do, is just sweep signs. Grab all of the yellow you can. They're not exactly making a ton of it anyway. That final send is like the final death knell in there. You know, any chance of them winning now is that 7% jump to 136. Adding a few more bugs on the table. The Evo's at 14% now, so I mean, it doesn't... Not the end of the world, but it's certainly still uncomfortable if you're on the North. And there we go, 5k, over to the North. We're now at 210%, and the revived chance is at 44%. 44%. Now, those bugs haven't spawned in yet. They will. And they are going to crash on top of everything that's here. Oh, and just for added spice, the South sweep all of their labs as well. As a final middle finger to end the game. We go from that initial 5k sign send, and then from 210, those massive multi-sends sends us up to 224. And yeah, the revive is almost 50%, so every time you kill a bug, there's a chance it comes back every single time. There will be bosses. I'm just in time for the base death. I mean, it's going to happen, boys. We're not far away. And with that, I want to say thank you again, you know, for joining me on another Captain's game. It's been good fun. I'm just wondering where the pain will come from. 400,000 angry bugs ready to come in. And it's generous, the lasers over here. Again, still not fully upgraded though. Have they just stopped? They just stopped researching completely? I'm worried about... Yeah, they should still be making this happen. It's worth trying at the very least. Before like a wave like appears in front of your lasers, getting that one level up could be the difference maker. But yeah, it's a sad state of affairs. This base has been relatively... Oh, and... Lauren Dennis. 2,000 bots in the network. Decent amount of walls as well. Been made. Lasers have been made. Are they going back to main? Oh, right. Okay, so, alright, I get you. Oh, we have been talking about it. I mean, we're doing lots of talks, but we're not really getting anywhere with those talks about our competitive scene. I know there's a 1v1 tournament in the works. I also know that there's an individual on the development side working on a different version of this. So it's still the core concept of the game is the same, but the kind of theme is different. There are the bosses. There's so many of them. But in terms of BBC, the championship, I've wanted to get that back online for a while now. I think it's a case of organising people and seeing if there's enough people that want to create a team. Because it's okay playing 1 week, but then, oh, this is just going to be the death of all your bots, isn't it? Yeah, sorry, it's you want people that can come back every week and play every week. And I think that's the most important part, is if we can have consistency in our player base, then we can have some really interesting games. And then you can see like a league structure appear and, you know, play the games or, you know, best match of the week. You know, maybe do 2 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday. And then just over the course of months, just have a league play itself out like a season almost. You know, a winner's like bracket final, like a double elimination round robin type of tournament. I'd be down for that. And I think that the viewership would be as well. So yeah, we just got to try and make it happen. That's the best thing we can do, is just keep suggesting things, keep trying to get momentum going. And if it's something that you're interested in, ask in Discord, man. Because I think you'll find that you're not the only person that's trying to get a little bit more, just a little bit more out of this. Then it's just the team-based stuff. You know, you want to see the best players up against the best players. And you don't see that at the moment because I'm sat here casting and not playing, but you can see some of the best players play some of the other best players, and I'm happy to stream that. They've got to be low on bots, surely. 1,100. It was 1,300 when they had the last attack. They've lost about 200 bots from the last few attacks, and as we can see, look, the guy just respawned in front of us. Sometimes they pop back up onto their feet. And it's getting to a point now where we're a single acid splash is hitting multiple laser towers. These are also laser towers they cannot afford to lose. They don't have replacements for this. So, you know, this block that's been kind of decimated here, yeah, that's money in the bank, or that's debt, sorry, that they can't pay. And again, a huge hole here that's just wiped an enormous amount of this defense out. And again, they're so healthy, these bosses, that it takes so much to down even one of them. They're just, all of them coming in, they're just steamrolling. Absolutely steamrolling. Another wave. Oh, carnage. Absolute carnage.
Yes, come on. Only 10 more runs. No, broken again.
Mediocre guys. I don't mind watching Carl. It's not that bad. Do I send him to a team? It's looking like yes. I wouldn't. Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's no way. The South would have to literally open a doorway up to their silo and let the bugs walk directly in to lose this game. And again, like, there's just not a lot of defensive. They're just tearing holes literally wherever they want. I'd love to do it. I'd love to do it. Yeah, look at this. And there's more to come. You know, there's more to come. This is just the beginning. This is only the first wave. Remember, there's 357,000 threats still to deal with, so... I mean, I kind of get it that you should be able to surrender, but, you know, considering people want to still play on and defend, I think it's only fair you just let them do that. Hey, trollolololololololol. I am currently making one because we have a lot of new people coming in. So expect that video to appear on this YouTube channel which is where all the historic games go up. And that should be ready within the next couple of days. I'm just putting the finishing touches to an explainer video so that new players that come in that aren't too sure of like how to play or what the rules are, or yeah, just generally what the concept of the game is, they can ask there. I can give you a really quick rundown. Well, thank you, mate. I appreciate the follow. Hope you're having a good weekend as well, mate. The idea is to survive as long as possible. These bugs are nightmare mode at the moment. These guys with health bars are bosses, so you don't start the game off fighting these guys. But down the line, if you end up in a position like this Northern team have, where the bugs are 224% evolved, and there's 300,000 of them, that's what this looks like. And it's going to get worse. The idea of the game mode is to protect this. Both teams have one. The North have one there, and the South have one here. The map is dissected by a huge lake that goes all the way across the map, and everything is mirrored, so if you have a coal patch over here on the south, it's exactly the same position on the north. So there's no advantage to be playing on the north or the south. Today, we managed to end up with 33 players on one team and 32 players on the other, so we get really big numbers coming into these games, and you can play them without a huge amount of knowledge of the game or the game mode. So a lot of these guys will be on Discord. In fact, almost all of these guys will be on Discord. And I'll send you a link to that now, just whilst we wait for the game to end. You've come at the very end of the game. So unfortunately, you're seeing like how one side loses effectively. But there you go, check this link out. This is where we all hang out. And yeah, we post our events. We have 1v1 tournaments. We have special guest teams that come in and play. Lots of the speedrunning community kind of cross-pollinate and they like to play with us too. And it's just generally a good time. We're just all here for the same reason. We like the game. So, yeah, welcome. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask, because we're just literally waiting for the end of the game. And a lot of the guys that are in here watching too are also either playing the game at the moment or they are players of the game. So, yeah, if you have any questions that I can't answer, I'm almost certain that they would be able to answer them for you too. But yeah, these waves are obnoxious. And another, look at this. There's like 10 bosses right here. You'd need double this defense to even dent this. And again, here we go, another hole that's been created. I'm missing stuff because there's so much going on. Yeah, the bugs are just finding a way. And this seems to be the front line, or the front battle line, as it were. And there's just so much pain and destruction here. There's nothing you can really do. It's kind of... 1G has already been typed in, and you're just waiting to kind of slap that other G into the keyboard and press enter, and on to the next one. So yeah, this is an event that we host every weekend, every Saturday afternoon to the evening. And yeah, like I said, it's a live game. You can jump in and play anytime. So yeah, it's good to have you with us, mate. Yeah, they're just going to bump. Yeah, literally, I've got a G cocked. Because you know it sometimes. When you play a game, you're like, this is unwinnable. Yeah, no worries, mate. Thank you. What I tend to do in each of the games is I've got this tool that I like to use, which is like MS Paint in the game, where I can draw like arrows and I can make draw circles and triangles. So if you in fact, almost all of the VODs that you watch of older games, there's probably me sat there explaining little bits and pieces of the game. I'm actually currently refereeing this. I'm streaming it too, but I'm the referee here. And I'm arguably the best player in the server. I'm also the most humble. Remember to stay humble, even if you are a legend like me. So yeah, I stream the games once a week, and you'll find me playing on the server quite often. We have normal games as well that you can jump into at any given time. This server is always up, so there's always a game on. But we like to play on the weekends where everybody's kind of available, and we can have a big, organized game where they have a captain on either side, and those captains have a plan, and yeah, everybody works towards that plan. Oil is getting decimated, absolutely folded up like a deck chair. The laser production that currently exists has bugs infesting it at the moment, and we're not far away from these guys coexisting with the main objective of the game. Let's take a look at the bosses. Yeah, they are flying through the lasers. And the lasers obviously not being fully upgraded is a bit of a problem. They're only plus 38, not ideal. Whisper, just to add insult to injury, another rocket's worth of science goes over to the north. And that takes us to 56% revive chance, 242% strength. There's going to be nothing left soon. This is like Power Wash Simulator. We're literally seeing them clean the map of everything the North have done. Yeah, it's over. They will eventually pass over the course of their next kind of couple of minutes of existence through the base of North. And I found the red belt builder. Where did I see it? Bruh. Sometimes you deserve to lose, and it's because you build red belts. And that's not controversial. That's just, honesty. But yeah, the game is it's 1G is in the keyboard, and then if you're on North, it's GBG. But yeah, they're flooding in. It's unstoppable. It's unstoppable. It's like being one move away from checkmate in chess. Red belts are bad. Well, sorry. Red belts aren't inherently bad in Factorio. They're actually quite good. But in this game mode, because you're under like a lot of time pressure and also resource pressure too, it's an investment that isn't worth your time or the investment either. So yellow belts are more than serviceable and more than enough. And yeah, this is it. So yeah, we won't see any blue belts in this game mode. We certainly won't see any red belts. And gun turrets. Boilers are going to do nothing for you. It's weird they're pathing this way though. Here we go. Now they're starting to snap back. Oh yeah, big time. So much cheaper to use yellow belts. And you don't have to set up the production. Blue belts are the dream. They are the dream. Some would say it more of a nightmare than a dream. But yeah, as we see, it's slightly laggy today. We've had some server issues. We've had some speed issues with the server, so things are a bit slower at the moment, but we're going to fix that once this game is over. And yeah, thank you for joining me. I'll be here next week, and I'll be here the week after that. If you don't mind, I'm going to raid somebody after this, if you guys are okay with that. If you have any friends who are streamers who are currently online, or you have a favorite streamer that you like to talk to, feel free to suggest them. If not, I think we're going to raid JD Plays, if everyone's all right with that. And yeah, well played to the South, guys. Really nice job. That 3K signs absolutely rocked the North. Silo goes down. Oh, yeah, I can drop you Anti. What do we think, JD Plays or AntiElitz? I'll let you guys pick. Because they're both members of our... I mean, JD Plays did lots of Biter Battles casting. AntiElitz has played in our tournaments and plays the games every now and again. Okay, so the South won the prediction. Neutral. I'll flip a coin. Let me flip a coin. That's the best way to do this. Heads for AntiElitz and tails for JD Plays. It's heads, which means next week we'll raid JD Plays. Oh, I'm sorry about that, man. I'm sorry. The VOD will go up as well, so you can watch that small segment back. And again, I want to say thank you very much for joining me this weekend. It's been lovely. I've had great fun. And I'm about to drop you off with AntiElitz, who's another really fantastic, much better than I am, Factorio streamer. So, yeah, I will see you guys next week. Have a good rest of your weekend, and I will catch up with you very soon. Goodbye.